quorum. So let's go ahead and get started. Well, let me thank you for your enthusiasm, Tony. But let me call the meeting to order first. I'd like to call the meeting to order for the afternoon of November 15th, 2022. Tony, can we have a roll call, please?
Jimenez. Corrales.
Here.
Cohen.
Here.
Carrasco.
Here.
Davis.
Here.
Esparza.
Here.
Arenas.
Here.
Foley.
Here.
Mahan.
Here.
Jones.
Present.
Liccardo.
Present.
Thank you.
Great. I'd like to ask everyone now to stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. So ceremonials will be heard at 1:30. So we're on to the closed session report.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. We do not have a report out of closed session today.
Thank you. Next is the consent calendar. Are there any items that the council wants to pull from the consent calendar? All right, Councilmember Carrasco would like to pull items 2.
Vice Mayor, 2.14, please.
Yes, and 2.17 for question and comment.
Vice Mayor.
Yes, Councilmember. I heard you. 2.14, correct? And 2.17? Okay.
Councilmember Carrasco, can you hear us?
Okay, well, we're going to go to public comments first.
The mayor has his hand up. Is that to pull an item?
Mayor?
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I'd like to pull item 2.5, the travel report, and also 2.14. It sounds like Councilmember Carrasco is already doing that, so that's great.
Great. Thank you, Mayor.
And before I go to public comment, are these items being pulled for separate vote? Or are they, it's just comment and we're going to vote on the consent calendar as one item?
There may be a separate vote on 2.14. I don't know.
Okay, so we'll take public comment on the consent calendar as a whole. Blair?
Hi, Blair Beekman here. Is public comment on the military use equipment, is that at this time allowed?
It's for the entire consent calendar.
Great, okay, thank you. I wanted to comment on that item today. Boy, good luck. First of all, you know, we're really trying to address, I think this past year or two, we've just dived into a ton more technology, law enforcement, and military use practices that I hope we come to our senses a bit, and now it's time to start practicing the open public policies of that technology and how to make that an accessible, understandable process to the public. Your memo today was pretty good. It was helpful in describing what the public can expect with all this military equipment and how they can have a part in the future of its use policies. Thank you. It's just really important that as a full community process, we work on policies and not just getting the tech itself. It has to be good luck how we do that. It's the practice is of peace and open democracy. We shouldn't fear that. And learning to work on that together is just vitally important to peace and love in our future. A love life to everyone and good practices in our decision making. Thank you.
Back to the council.
Thank you. Mayor?
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I think it's on item 2.5. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay, so this is the travel report. I returned a couple of days ago with a cold from Sharm el-Sheikh, Egypt. And my apologies for not being there in person, but I didn't want to affect everybody over there. I spoke, of course, at the COP27 convening. There a lot happened, but let me try to make it as succinct as possible. The key points are relevant, I think, for the city. I spoke on 4 panels that were hosted by various organizations, including ICLEI, which is a global group of cities and local governments focused on environment, as well as U.S. Green Building Council, Bloomberg Philanthropies, U.S. Mayor's Conference, and others. So there's a lot of interest by other cities, particularly in the United States, about all of our progress on climate smart, and particularly the success of San Jose Clean Energy. If people don't appreciate what our staff and our team and council have done on this, they really should. Being able to say that we have now, we are producing today electricity that's 95% GHG free is a tremendous accomplishment. Particularly as we look at other major cities throughout the country, we're far, far ahead. I think us in San Francisco are really the standard bearers on this, and other cities recognize that, and they want to know more about what we're doing. And they're also very interested in the progress we've made in electric vehicle adoption. Latest data, I think, in San Jose is that about 30% of our new registrations are electric, and that's obviously instrumental. There were several meetings with key White House personnel, including John Podesta and others, and key environmental groups around the implementation of the IRA, the Inflation Reduction Act, which is the most significant climate legislation that we've seen in this country, as well as the Infrastructure Act that passed the year before. A lot of interest, obviously, making sure that cities are right there ready for the resources to deploy quickly. And there's a lot of recognition, I think, that unlike other pieces of federal legislation, this is going to require cities to really do a good job of convening community members in unique ways. And we've already gotten quite a head start on this through our climate smart efforts. And I give credit to Carrie Romanow and everybody who's been heading up that effort to really engage more deeply in our community. It's worth thinking about how we expand deployment of electric retrofits in homes, around making electric vehicles more accessible to members of our community. We're now seeing, with the stacking of various subsidies, electric vehicles could be made available to some members of our community for as little as a couple $1,000s. I mean, literally a couple $1,000s. So this is an extraordinary opportunity, I think, for many of our residents of modest incomes to really be part of the green revolution here. I had a very important meeting with the CEO of C40. His name is Mark Watts. And C40, I say it's important because this is an organization that's really staffed up in recent years. They now have about 300 staff members. This is a collection of 97 cities throughout the globe that are all focused on really moving the needle on climate progress. And they have a lot of staff to provide cities with technical guidance. I know we've done very well in the past when we've partnered with folks like NRDC, the National Resources Defense Council, and Bloomberg and others, when we actually have the bandwidth to do that. And so the challenge is, of course, getting membership in C40. For a long time, they had really shut down membership to cities in the north, and we're focusing on the global south. This is an opportunity for San Jose to get in now. They have 97 cities. They're capping it at 100. But it looks like they're going to kick a few cities out because they're simply not meeting many of the high standards of the organization. And Mark expressed that he was particularly impressed with the progress that's being made in San Jose, that we are very unique in many ways. I had similar conversation with the lead mayor in North America on this, the mayor of Phoenix, Kate Hidalgo. Kate. In any event, the mayor of Phoenix, forgive me, my sickness is affecting my memory a little bit. In any event, what we are seeing is a lot of interest now in cities in North America in jumping in. They're finally allowing new cities to jump in North America, and this could really avail San Jose of a lot of staff bandwidth and expertise on an ongoing basis. And so this is something I'm going to be handing on to whoever my successor is and the next council. And we'll do some work in the final month and a half that I've got to ensure that we're lobbying cities here in North America to ensure that we are the lead city to get into the C40 organization. It will require ultimately a vote of mayors in the North America area, and there's I think 14 mayors that are part of that coalition. And then finally, there was a announcement that I made with ICLEI and Climate Mayors. This is another climate-focused organization. Given the changes that came with the midterm elections, it looks like Democrats are likely to have lost the House. I think there's a lot of concern globally about whether or not we would continue to see commitment from the United States, excuse me, on climate action. In particular, the really tremendous legislation we've seen in the last couple of years, the Infrastructure Act and the IRA, whether or not we're going to see any more legislation from Congress. Of course, the likelihood is no, if there's a Republican-controlled House. So really the focus turns to cities and local communities to step up where Congress is not likely to. And we are trying to encourage cities throughout the globe to accelerate many of their commitments, focus not on 2050 or 2040 plans, but 2030 plans. That's just 7 years away because we're almost in 2023 already. And so I put forward a proposed commitment that certainly we can debate and discuss, and one that's already consistent with what we're doing climate smart, that we by 2030 have a 100% GHG free grid, that 95% of our autos sold in that year 2030 will be electric, that's for passenger autos, and that we will make progress in our efforts to retrofit homes to reduce the utilities bills for 20% of our households with the help of the IRA and Infrastructure Act. So those were the tentative proposed goals. We will obviously discuss as a council going forward. The idea is to try to get lots of cities to make these commitments to focus on accelerating our action on climate and also trying to deliver cost savings to many of our residents who are struggling with very high utilities bills, gas costs for cars, et cetera. That summarizes, and I'm sorry for taking up so much time. Thank you for your patience. What happened in COP27, lots of other things happened as well, but in particular, the issues around the C40 and our 2030 commitments, I suspect will take up the council's time in the weeks and months ahead. Thanks.
Thank you, Mayor. Councilmember Carrasco.
Vice Mayor, I'm sorry, I had such a bad connection, and what I wanted to do was pull 2.14, and I think it's 2.16. I'm sorry, 2.17.
Yes, and we pulled those.
Oh, thank you. I was totally unable to hear. Can I speak on that now?
Yes.
So 2.14, I don't know if staff is there to discuss the contract and the wonderful number of trees that we're going to be getting, but if you could elaborate just a little bit.
Thank you, Councilmember John Russo, Director of Transportation. Let me see, are you starting with 2.14 first, the contract
Yes.
for tree planting? Sure,
Yeah.
that's an action for the council to actually approve the contracts for 2 new vendors for us to be able to use them for our, new enhanced and larger tree planting effort. So we've got 2,000 trees that we want to do per year. These contractors will just be doing the planting according to our specifications, and we will select the locations and the type of tree species, and then they will just go plant them. So I know that you had a question earlier, or we had heard that there was some issue of whether or not there was going to be community outreach. Under this contract, the contractors, we're not going to be looking for them to do community outreach, but we will be doing that as city staff. So we'll be working with council offices and community to determine locations for these trees, but the contractors are just going to plant them for us. We'll tell them where and what to plant. Does that answer your question?
Yes, and I'm glad that you brought up the outreach. I'm glad to see this moving forward. Again, I know that we've already, as a city, made a commitment that we look at those areas in the city of San Jose that are lacking in tree canopy, and I just want to reiterate our commitment to underserved and under-resourced communities, which happen to be those same communities that are lacking the tree canopy. I'm glad that Mayor gave a synopsis of the trip that he took, but if we're looking at also how we're addressing climate change and how we're addressing the inequities in poor communities, to me, this is one of the lowest hanging fruits that we can reach for and make a difference in communities. I will say that several issues still continue to come up, and I hope that the new council will address them. And I hope that with your direction, we'll be able to set a new course in terms of policy. But in under-resourced communities, one of the most difficult things for a resident or whether they're owners or even renters to consider is whether they plant a tree because of the potential damage to the sidewalks, which they eventually become responsible for. So I think that really needs to be looked at in terms of what other cities are doing and how we here in the city of San Jose can alleviate some of that burden. Whether we put an overlay regarding income or the what is it, the health index, so many overlays that we could, I think, potentially use so that we can alleviate that burden. And then the other is what is it called, I can't remember, you have the language, when the tree finally takes root and has some permanency versus those first couple of years when it's very dubious. Some of our residents are just very concerned because of the water rates and what it will cost them. So in order for us to truly move that needle, we're going to have to look at how we address these issues. And lastly, I will say that in terms of outreach, educating our community, the importance of having a tree canopy, how it impacts even their own utility bills in the house during those very hot summer days, and the added benefits, I think is really critical in terms of reaching out to our constituents, residents in the city of San Jose, and really informing them as to the benefits of having a tree. It's not just decorative, although decorative is, I've heard from my residents, they want to beautify. They don't just want to beautify because they're cleaning up the litter, but they want to see some variety and some change and some greenery and different foliage in the east side, which we don't have. But finding those spots in those areas and having that education, I think it all goes hand in hand. And I hope that, I really look forward to seeing some changes on the east side with our trees and pocket forests.
Thank you. And we agree. This is John Risto, again, Director, and all those points are what we're going to be looking into to see how we can use those streamlining and maybe effectiveness criteria to actually increase that canopy that was identified in the community forest management plan as being deficient. So all very good points. We're going to try to make all that work.
Councilmember Carrasco, did you have any other questions on that item? If not, the mayor has a question on this side.
And thank you, Vice Mayor. Hey, John, just looking at this contract, it would seem to be an opportunity for us to extend the work that we've done with Resilience Corps and giving job opportunities for young adults to get engaged in supporting the community with good wage jobs, perhaps in partnership with a nonprofit like our city forest or conservation corps. I'm just wondering why we decided to go the route of going to a private contractor. Presumably it would cost more. I'm assuming it would. I don't know, but I just assume that. As opposed to going this path that I think we started to forge over the last couple of years of creating some job opportunities for youth.
Sure, Mayor, this is John Russo again. Let's start with the why the contractor. With the 2,000 trees that we're trying to do per year, our city forest, who is our current tree planting and community outreach partner, is not able to actually do that many in a year. So what we're needing is to augment and supplement our tree planting capabilities. So that's why the contractor is needed. So OCF just can't do that many. So we did go out to bid so that we have that flexibility to use contractors to get the planting done. The rates are comparable and competitive, so that's putting it out to bid helped us to do that. With regard to the Conservation Corps, we're still pursuing that, and I think that is still something we're trying to do to make sure that we can utilize those kinds of organizations to actually help us do even more planting. Probably this might come in on the OCF side, but yeah, we're going to try to make use of that wherever we can.
I assume the constraints on capacity for OCF or others would be really around labor. Is that right?
Certainly is. Yeah, trying to do 2,000 a year just exceeds what they're able to do. We're not the only city they work for. They've got other planting activities that are going on. So it's just a matter of, since we've really upped our scale here with the number of trees, we needed some additional resources to be able to do that.
Okay, I guess maybe we can talk more offline, John, but it just seemed to me that the whole point of resilience course that we would actually be expanding the labor supply to on many of these challenges we have. I know, for example, how the library is using young resilience corps members to help with tutoring, for example. Again, we don't have a significant labor force there, and so it's something we essentially built. So I guess I'm still struggling to understand why we'd want to necessarily go the private contractor route. Can you help me understand, are there clear metrics? You said it's 2,000 trees. If they don't get to 2,000, is there some consequence in the contract?
No, I think they're going to be reacting to what we request them to do. So we're going to find the locations for planting, and we're going to determine the species. They're just going to be carrying out that direction from us. So they're not on the hook to do the 2,000 and have some sort of penalty. It's on us to locate, direct them to do it, and then they carry out that contract. As far as, sorry.
Are they paid by the tree, or are they just paid to be on retainer for a year?
Boy, that's a good question. I believe paid by the tree, but I'll have to verify that and get back to you on that one.
Okay. All right. Well, happy to talk more offline, John. I guess I just wonder to what extent we could maybe be leaning in on alternatives. Look, these contractors aren't cheap, and we've got a lot of trees we want to plant and a lot of opportunity we'd like to give to young people. I just hate to think that we could be diverting public dollars in ways that wouldn't maximize those two goals.
Sure. It's just a matter of scale, the ability and the magnitude of the number of trees we're trying to do, and we just need that additional resource to be able to get that done.
Okay. Well, I look forward to talking offline about how we can actually permanently build that kind of workforce. Obviously, it wouldn't be permanent. There'd be a lot of transition, I know, but I'm guessing we're just not going to get there by contracting with really expensive tree services. I know what it costs to cut a tree in my neighborhood, and it's not cheap. And I can imagine what it costs to go to these contractors for planting and so forth. Anyway, thank you, John.
Yeah, and just it is paid by tree. So the number of trees they plant, they get paid by that tree. And there's a 3-year plant establishment, meaning they have to water and prune for the 3 years. So, which is a burden on other organizations to be able to do that. So it's good to have this in that contract.
Okay, thanks, John.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you. Councilmember Cohen, are you?
Yeah, I was just going to follow up on that line of
Okay.
questioning, or just either comment or ask for clarification. Presumably, this is an all of the above strategy on tree planting. We're talking about a contract here, so that when we need trees planted by a third party, we have a contract in place to do that. But we would still be doing tree plantings in some of the ways we always have done it, with volunteers. Like we're planting ones in our district where we're going to use Conservation Corps and other volunteers to help us do them. And so we'll continue to do an all of the above strategy. Yes. Is that correct?
The answer is yes, absolutely. And it's just that we're going from hundreds a year to thousands, and that's just a magnitude.
Right. And I appreciate that. We need to lean in on all the different methods of doing it. And so let's all of us keep working to do that. And I think the contract's great that we'll be able to have somebody else to help us reach our goals. So thank you.
All right, Councilmember Carrasco.
Can I move on to 2.17?
Yes.
And so 2.17, if you could walk me through that heritage tree list, how do the trees get on that list? And then what measures are there to protect those trees?
Thank you again, Councilmember. Yeah, this is a routine thing that we do bring back. Oh boy, it's probably been 5 or 6 years since we've done this, but the heritage tree list is an identified listing of trees that are of sufficient size to warrant protection under this list. We do try to maintain those, but unfortunately, over years, there is these trees do become sick, need to be removed, and or are damaged by other things. So this is at least what we're trying to do to identify those. Planning department uses this list also when developments are coming through. Homeowners will know that which trees are on a list, and so we do try to protect those. And this is the way we do this in a formal way, with the council adopting a resolution to establish or revise the list of the heritage tree list. So it's dependent on the size, the species, and the health of that tree that either stays on the list or comes off if it is damaged or sick.
So I guess the question is, besides protection, we don't proactively care for those heritage trees. That's the responsibility of whatever property owner.
If those trees are located within city responsible areas, perhaps a park or other areas that the city is responsible for, then yes, we do. But otherwise, it is responsibility of that fronting property owner.
Do we provide any sort of resources or I don't know, any recipes for medical care on these trees? All I'm thinking is because I live in an area where some folks actually believe they're some of the oldest trees in the city of San Jose. I don't know if that's true or not, but I've always been curious as to how folks are taking care of these trees. Are we as a city supporting them in any way?
That's a good question. I'm not sure if we have a I don't believe that we have a formal program for that. It's probably more informational that that homeowners or us would be using for that. But that one I probably have to get back to and see if there's anything more formal on that.
Yeah, if you could, I'll take this conversation offline. It's just that as we're developing and we're seeing that not just in the city of San Jose but throughout, everyone is losing some of their urban canopy. I've never thought that I would love an old tree as much as I've come to really find a sense of appreciation for them as we've been doing our research for the east side of San Jose in terms of urban canopy, but figuring out how to preserve those, not just, more than anything because of the beauty of them. I think being able to provide resources and some support to those property owners, they can't be that many. But I know that I'm sitting on a property where they think that one of the trees that's on my property is over 100 years old. I don't know if that makes it a heritage tree or not, but
It very likely would, and we can certainly check on that if you'd like us to check to see if that's on the list. We just need to know the location.
Yeah, we'll take that conversation offline. But again, if we could figure out how to provide some sort of at least resource and info to property owners who have these beautiful trees, I think it would behoove us as a city, and most definitely support the residents and the tree.
Thank you.
That's it for me, Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Councilmember, and thank you, John. I don't see any other hands raised. So I'm going to entertain a motion.
Move approval. Second.
Okay. And Tony, I understand the mayor would like to cast a no vote on item 2.14.
Yes, I just was texting Nora. Can we do that as one motion? have them register, or should we vote it as a separate item?
We can and just ask you to record a no vote for him.
Okay. Okay, so this is consent as a whole, and we know the mayor is registering a no vote on 2.14, but this is for the rest of the items, including 2.14 for everybody else. Jimenez,
Yes.
Corrales,
Yes.
Cohen,
Aye.
Carrasco,
Aye.
Davis,
Yes.
Esparza,
Yes.
Arenas,
Yes.
Foley,
Aye.
Mahan,
Aye.
Jones,
Aye.
Ricardo.
Aye, with the exception of 2.14.
Yes, thank you.
All right. Item 1, approval of the sale and issuance of bonds and related bond documents for the City of San Jose's Financing Authority Wastewater Revenue Bond Series 2022B, Green Bonds, Climate Bond Certified. And there is a presentation.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and members of the City Council. We're happy to be here today. We have representatives from the Finance Department. I'm Julia Cooper, the Director of Finance. We have Chin Yu, Deputy Director, and Carrie and Knapp from Environmental Services. We do have several people, our consultants that are on Zoom if we should need them for technical assistance. Public Resources Advisory Group is our municipal advisor. Ora Carrington and Sutcliffe is Bond Counsel, and Jones Hall is Disclosure Counsel. So starting off making this presentation, I'll have to admit it's a little bittersweet for me since this is the last bond issue I'll be bringing forward for the City Council approval, since many of you know I have announced my retirement in March of next year. So, but it is an exciting project that we're bringing forward. It's really a new credit with the Financing Authority issuing wastewater bonds. And it's been a multi-departmental collaborative effort, especially very closely between the Finance and Environmental Services Department. We expect to receive very high ratings on these bonds and are happy to announce that we have received one of the 3 ratings already came in yesterday at AAA from S&P. So we're very, very, very excited about that. So just to give you an overview of the wastewater, since we haven't been before the council to issue bonds related to this particular revenue stream ever under the Financing Authority. We have before under the San Jose Santa Clara Clean Water Financing Authority, but the last time we did that with new money was in 1995 to finance the South Bay Water Recycling Project. So it's important to note that the wastewater system includes both the sewer collection system, that's the pipes, to get the wastewater to the treatment system, which is the regional wastewater facility. We can do financing on both sides. We can do it for treatment and for the collection system. And this is an extremely strong credit since approximately 95% of all the revenue, which is the sewer service and use charge, is collected on the property tax bill. We've also done amendments to the credit facility with Wells Fargo Bank that allows for modifications of the definition of revenues and operating and maintenance expenses to exclude the South Bay water recycling. It's still part of the plan's assets, but by excluding the revenue and the operating and maintenance costs, that really provides us an opportunity to think about how we can use the reclaimed treated wastewater in the future for expanding both potable and non-potable water uses, which we think is really clearly an important aspect of providing water to our community, since as we all think of water as the new gold in California. So as I mentioned, the bonds will be issued by the City of San Jose Financing Authority. The action today is to issue up to $300 million. These will refund the same amount of outstanding subordinate notes that have been issued over the last several years to pay for treatment plant projects. As noted on, these are green climate certified bonds. This is the first for the City of San Jose. We've never had the opportunity to do this before, and Carrie will describe that a little bit more in detail. Crescal verifiers assisted us in that verification process. And then, as I mentioned, we're expecting ratings to come in from Fitch and Kroll later this week, but S&P did come in at AAA. So with that, I'll turn it over to Carrie.
Thank you, Julia. As Julia mentioned, this is our first climate bond certification. At Julia's recommendation, we did have a third party certify it. It tends to carry a little bit more weight in the market, and getting at least one AAA rating is a good reflection of what kind of a good bet they are for the market. This particular issuance has environmental benefits which align. Did I? Which align with the improvements to the facility. So you can see listed the projects that that these particular bonds will help benefit. And you know, they're a pretty diverse set of projects which you've heard about in the capital improvement program as we talk about them on a regular basis here. And so these also align with the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, particularly in the areas of clean water and sanitation, affordable and clean energy, responsible consumption and production, and climate action. And so Kestrel will check in with us within 24 months to confirm that we still meet the standards of the environmental certification, and then we'll also provide quarterly updates on the capital improvement program. And with that, I'll turn it back to you, Finance. I didn't know that. Thank you.
Thank you, Gary. My name is Chen Yusa. I'm the Deputy Finance Director. Many of you may have seen me before. I used to be the Principal Investment Officer for the city. I came back in August. I'm really happy to rejoin the city team and resume my work in Finance Department. So now let's go back to the 2022B bonds. This bond is a limited obligation for the city, payable primarily from installment payments secured by the pledged net system revenue from the wastewater system. The wastewater net system revenue is mostly made up ratepayers' payment, fees, and charges for the wastewater system. As Julia mentioned before, we amended the resolution to exclude the revenues and expenditure from the South Bay Recycling Water Program to provide the city with some additional flexibility in that asset. How would the system revenue flow in terms of making payments for the city's for the wastewater system's obligations? So the pledged system revenue will be deposited into our revenue fund after paying for the maintenance and operating cost, and the net will become the net system revenue. First in line of payment will be the senior parity obligations, interest, and principal payments. Next, it will go to the subordinate debt. The city is not going to establish a reserve account for this bond because, as Julia mentioned before, this bond we believe is qualified to be AAA, as already confirmed by one of the rating agencies. We do not believe it's necessary to set up a reserve account, which give the city plenty of financial flexibility in that regard. The bond government covenant requires us to maintain the adjusted net system revenue for each fiscal year equal to 110% of the debt service for all outstanding senior debt, and the adjusted net system must be 100% adequate to pay for all outstanding debt, meaning including senior and subordinate debt. Okay. This bond is issued to refund the 300. Sorry, I'll just. Okay, here we go. This bond is issued to refund the $300 million outstanding Wells Fargo revolving subordinate wastewater revenue notes. Based on the market condition, we expect, these are the good faith estimates, we expect to issue about $275 million and also obtain about $25.6 million in premium. In total proceeds about $301 million. And then for payment, we anticipate to have a cost of issuance, meaning all fees and underwriter's discount, for about $1.2 million for this bond. This bond is going to be amortized at a 30-year level debt payment schedule. The fiscal year on the bottom right chart, the years indicated on the bottom right chart are fiscal years. The last payment of the bond is actually going to be on November 1st, 2052, as scheduled right now. After the refunding, we're expected to have the subordinate note still in effect. There will be another $300 million available for withdrawal for additional capital improvement projects purpose. The issuance of a 2002B is really a collaborative effort citywide and then on many financial service teams. We finance department meaning did not do this alone. I cannot say enough thank you for all the other departments, especially the city attorney's office and the environmental services office. Staff from these two departments together with finance did most of the heavy lifting for this effort. Additionally, we also have a external financial service team to provide support to the city. Our municipal advisor is a public resource advisory group. Our bond counsel is Orrick, Harrington, and Sutcliffe. Disclosure counsel is Johns Hall. The underwriter, including 5 brokerage firms, senior managers are Wells Fargo and Morgan Stanley. We have co-managers Academy, Ramirez, and Stifel. These 3 co-managers are all California-based firms, and we're very happy to have them on our team. The trustee selected for the 2022B bonds is Wilmington Trust. Today, we are bringing a list of documents for the City Council and Financing Authority Board for approval. The documents including the resolutions, the preliminary official statements, an amended and restated master resolution, installment purchase contract, indenture of a trust, and bond purchase agreement. Pursuant to CA Government Code 5852.1, we're also including the good faith estimate in the staff report and then make them public.
So since we're issuing municipal bonds, it's important to remind you with respect to the importance of speaking to the market. So as issuers of municipal securities, we have an obligation to ensure that all the information contained in our disclosure document is accurate and complete with all material respects. And this proper disclosure allows the investor to understand and evaluate the financial health of a local municipality and the credit in which they plan to invest. So securities law, section 17A prohibits any fraud in the sale or offering of municipal bonds, and 10B5 prohibits us in the fraud or sale of those securities. It prohibits any making untrue statement of material fact, omitting to state a material fact in the offer of the sale of those securities. And it's material if there's a substantial likelihood that if it's this disclosure would be considered significant by a reasonable investor. So what is your responsibility as an elected official is to review the primary disclosure document, which was posted about 10 days ago, which describes the purpose of the bond issuance, the sources of repayment, and the risks associated with that repayment, what happens if it's insufficient to pay the bonds, and discussion of any other events or information that could affect the deliberations of a reasonable investor. And after you've reviewed that, then look at the following efforts in terms of, have we identified all those material risks and events that have been brought to the attention of staff, bond counsel, or other professionals? And are those risks and events disclosed? Are they all disclosed? If not, what's the rationale for non-disclosure? So in reviewing the official statement, there's an introduction section which describes the purpose of the bonds and the source of repayment, which we talked to you as the sewer service and use charge. In general, most detailed information on the discussion of risk is included in the security for the bonds and the bond owner risk sections. Appendix A describes the city's current financial position, including kind of fiscal pressures. It provides some geographic and demographic and economic information as well. Appendix B is the pension disclosure, and in this case, we're only disclosing on the federated plan because the regional wastewater facility and the sewer revenue doesn't have any obligations to police, so that retirement plan is not discussed. Then the continuing disclosure certificate, which is our promise on that information we're going to provide to the market on an annual basis, and those things that we have to update them on if they become a material event. And also attached is the climate bond verifier's report. Also included in the appendices to the official statement is the basic financial statements, which is Appendix C, and we will be including those for fiscal year 22. We are finishing those financial statements this week, and it's important for investors to receive the most recent financial information. So we will be including those with the document as well. We do not expect you to be fact checkers. We have a robust team of people across the organization to do that for you. It's just to ensure that we haven't missed anything. So we say at this point, if you as a council member or an authority board member have any personal knowledge of any material information in the official statement that may be false or misleading, we want you to raise those issues before we distribute the document. So you say, when is that distribution of the document? Our expectation is to distribute that by Friday of this week to post it. We expect the rest of the ratings to come in tomorrow and Thursday. We want to get it posted by Friday, since next week is the holiday week. We'll be pricing the bonds on December 1st and closing on December 15th. So the recommendations before you are both as a city council members is to approve the resolutions to authorize us to issue up to $300 million of bonds and approve the various bond documents. And then also to amend and restate the resolution, which allows us to remove the South Bay Water recycling from the definition of revenue and expenses from that resolution that was approved several years ago. And then as the authority board, approving the issuance and sale of the bonds. So with that, we're available to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Julia and team. We're now going to go to public comments.
I have no hands raised.
Okay, bringing it back to the council. Mayor?
Thank you. And Julia and everyone, thank you for the presentation and the work. And Joey, I'm also sad to see this would be the last issuance I'll be voting on as well, but thank you for all your service. And I have no reason to question the good work that's being done here. I'm just trying to understand it better, but really appreciate how you've really helped the city in very, very tough times and dramatically reducing our financing costs and freeing up a lot of resources to better serve our residents. So thank you for all your work. The fact that we're approving a fixed rate financing program at a moment of rising rates, you could imagine draw some yellow flags, and I know the rates are likely going to be higher when the Fed gets another chance at it in the next couple months. Could you help us understand better? Is there an opportunity for the city, for example, to refinance in a few years if rates should head back down? Or
Yes, these are being issued as tax exempt bonds. So the change in federal tax law in 2017 prohibits us from doing an advanced refunding, but they are callable in 10 years and can be refunded in 10 years. So that would be what, in 2033.
Okay, so we're pretty much stuck with whatever rates we get.
Yeah, and the yield curve has somewhat of an inversion to it right now. So while interest rates are high on the short end, they're a little bit lower on the longer end. So
Right.
we expect an all-in interest rate cost sub 4.5, I believe.
Okay, and that's at least historically relatively favorable. You believe?
Yes, yes.
Okay.
And
That's
it locks
helpful.
in a cost for the treatment plant then over at least over the next 10 years.
Right. And I assume the timing is driven a lot by the need to clear the financing facility of the interim.
Yes, so we have fully used the $300 million from the Wells Fargo revolver. So by doing this refunding, once the bonds, the short-term notes are paid off with the proceeds from the bonds, then the $300 million revolver will be reset to zero and will then be available to do additional capital projects at the regional wastewater facility. And then once it reaches about another 300 million, then there'll be another long-term financing to take that out.
Is there a reason why you're not asking us for authority just to increase the capacity of that facility, of that interim financing facility?
We just think with the volatility in the short-term interest rate environment that it's better to fix out right now. I mean, short-term rates are extremely high.
Yeah. Okay. I get it. And then, I'm sorry, I cut you off.
No, it's just generally we prefer fixed rate bonds over a longer term horizon.
Right. And as you know, we've had lots of challenging conversations in recent years with some tributary agencies. I know that they're not participating in this financing, but what are the implications if they fail to pay on our ability to make payments on these bonds?
I mean, I guess we would take them. I mean, they have an obligation to pay for their O&M and capital costs. Carrie, you're probably best to answer.
And thank you. And they've not paid us on time and in full. And so we have a really good track record with them in spite of our legal differences in terms of their ability to pay, because paying also allows them to continue to discharge. But Julia, the city still pays about 80%.
Yeah, of all the costs.
Of all the costs. So we feel confident that we're in a strong financial position to cover that, but we don't foresee that happening.
Okay. Thanks, Carrie. Thanks, Julia.
Thanks, Mayor. And again, Julia, thank you for your service. You made bonds as interesting as humanly possible. So thank you. All right, I'll entertain a motion.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded. Tony?
Jimenez,
Yes.
Peralez,
Yes.
Cohen,
Aye.
Crosco,
Aye.
Davis.
Yes.
Esparza,
Yes.
Arenas, Foley,
Aye.
Mahan,
Aye.
Jones,
Aye.
Locardo.
All right.
Going back to
Tony,
Arenas.
this is Arenas. That's a yes.
Thank you.
Okay. On to item 3.1, report of the city manager.
Thank you very much, Vice Mayor. I'd like to talk a little bit about Holiday San Jose today. As we all know, the past few years have been very challenging for many of San Jose's small businesses as they have navigated COVID-19 public health restrictions. We're getting a slide up. This year, the holiday activities that we've missed are finally back, and we're looking forward to supporting our local economy and experiencing all that San Jose has to offer. Just in time for the holidays, the City Manager's Office of Economic Development and Cultural Affairs is launching the Holiday San Jose campaign. This seasonal campaign encourages the communities to support small businesses through holiday shopping in neighborhoods throughout San Jose while exploring the city's culture and recreational activities. This is a great opportunity to explore the local diverse businesses and unique business districts that make up San Jose. A Holiday San Jose map and guide, which you can see displayed on the screen, are available on the sjeconomy.com website and at participating small businesses to help orient everyone to the participating business districts and what they have to offer. A huge thank you, see Nancy Klein out there in the audience in Blog A, to the Office of Economic Development and Cultural Affairs for creating this campaign for the community. I'd also like to extend my sincere appreciation to San Jose's business community for your hard work and resiliency throughout the past few years. I look forward to getting out and experiencing the holidays with all of you right here in San Jose, so let's go shopping. Happy holidays to all.
Thank you. Next is item 3.3, approval of the terms of an agreement with the International Association of Firefighters, Local 230, to amend articles in the current memorandum of agreement between the city and IAFF, Local 230, and extend the term of the MOA through June 30th, 2024.
Yes, and I'd like to actually say a couple of comments. As a city, we're very pleased that the city and the International Association of Firefighters Local 230, otherwise known as IAFF, reached an overall tentative agreement to amend their current memorandum of agreement with the city and extend the term through June 30th, 2024. This agreement has been recently ratified by IAFF Local 230. I would like to extend a sincere thank you to IFF, Local 230 negotiating team for the time and effort that they put into these negotiations. And those members include Matt Tuttle, who's the IAFF president, Jerry May, who's vice president, and team members Frank Ryan, Greg Tuyor, Mike Butler, and Rob Cohn. I'd also like to thank the city's negotiating team, Jennifer Shembri, Elsa Cordova, and Julianne, Mr. Shiro from the Office of Employee Relations, and Fire Chief Sapien from the Fire Department. Both teams worked very well together, and because of this new agreement was able to be reached very quickly. The agreement with IAFF includes items that are important for both parties, such as general wage increases and other items to ensure that we have paramedics ready to serve our community as needed. So thank you again.
Thank you, Jennifer. We'll now go to public comments on this item.
I have no hands up.
Thank you, Tony. Mayor?
Thank you. I just wanted to say a big thank you to Matt Tuttle and all of our firefighters for their incredibly essential and important work every day that saves lives in our community. I think this is a very good agreement, and I appreciate Matt and his team's focus on really ensuring dollars go to what can best address the gaps and needs in the department. I know the chief feels strongly about this as well, and it's good to see the additional pay go to the paramedics. We know there's a very severe need, not just here in San Jose, but in cities throughout California for more paramedics. So grateful to see the hard work of both negotiating teams come to something that really moves the city forward. So I'm happy to support, and I'll make a motion.
Second.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded. Councilmember Esparza?
Thank you. I wanted to echo my thanks to the city team, the negotiating team, as well as the firefighters for their hard work on this agreement. I know, I'm confident that it's going to make a huge difference and provide great service to the community, as well as provide some help to our firefighters. So thank you for all your hard work. I know it took a lot to get there, and I think it makes a big difference. So thank you.
Thank you. So we have a motion and a second. Tony?
Jimenez,
Yes.
Morales,
Yes.
Cohen,
Aye.
Carrasco,
Aye.
Davis,
Yes.
Esparza,
Yes.
Arenas, Foley,
Aye.
Mahan,
Aye.
Jones,
Aye.
Liccardo.
Aye.
Going back to Arenas one more time. Okay, thank you.
Tony?
Yes.
Tony, sorry, this is Sylvia. Did you call me?
I can barely hear you. Okay, go ahead.
When she has the opportunity, we can record her vote.
Sylvia, can you text me? Because we were barely able to hear you. Thank you.
Okay, it is.
I'm sorry, it's a yes.
Thank you.
All right, motion passes. It's 12:01, so we're going to take our lunch break and reconvene at 1:30.
There's lunch in the back.
Thank you. Looks like we have a quorum. So I want to reconvene the council meeting. And Tony, do we need to call a roll call for
We should.
yeah, okay, can you call a roll call?
Jimenez,
Present.
Morales,
Here.
Cohen,
Here.
Roscoe,
Here.
Davis,
Here.
Esparza,
Here.
Arenas,
Here.
Foley,
Here.
Mahan,
Here.
Jones,
Present.
Liccardo.
Present.
You have a quorum.
Thank you. Today's invocation will be provided by Pastor Mary Ellen Yoshini of the Almaden Hills United Methodist Church, and Councilmember Mahan will tell us more.
Thank you, Vice Mayor, and welcome, Reverend Mary Ellen Yoshino. Great to have you here. Thank you for joining us to provide today's invocation. Reverend Yoshino comes from a multi-generational family of pastors and missionaries who served in Japan, along the U.S. West Coast, and in South Alabama. Before becoming a pastor, she served as a missionary with the Appalachia Service Project, the UMC Board of Global Ministries, and as Youth Ministries Director and a Deaf Ministries Coordinator with a church in Kansas. Reverend Yoshino has pastored in rural churches of Kansas before becoming District Superintendent at the Northern California Nevada Annual Conference. She is currently the pastor of the Almaden Hills United Methodist Church, located in the Hoffman-Viamonte neighborhood. This church hosts one of the city's largest national night out events in our city each year, during which community members contribute backpacks with school supplies to families from the Hoffman-Viamonte neighborhood. I'd like to welcome Reverend Yoshino once again to say a few words and then lead our invocation. Thank you so much for being here.
Well, thank you for such a nice introduction. I am glad to be here, and I'm always glad to be with the city. I love this city, and it is an honor to be here. I know in invocation, sometimes you close your eyes in prayer to be with the divine, and that's so cool. But today, if you would do with me something a little bit different, is keep your eyes open. And if you, in keeping your eyes open, if you would just kind of look around. I don't know if council persons can look around, but if y'all can look around a little bit and see these people, and let us give thanks for all who have gathered, to God of power and wisdom and love, and to realize again, it is so great that we have the opportunity to gather, to do public works for the community, for the well-being of this community, to do social works for the most vulnerable, the unhoused, the incarcerated, the children, to do administrative works, to bring order, to uphold democracy, personnel works, to responsibly care for our city staff, our council persons, our mayor. I know you're somewhere, Mayor. You are somewhere, and we pray for your health, man.
Thank you.
And personnel works and all who serve our city. And as we do, and that's we, as we do these works, may we discern well, and may we be blessed greatly. Amen.
Amen.
Amen. Thank you, Pastor. I'm fired up now. Let's get going with the ceremonials. All right, Councilmember Esparza, please join me.
And if our PRNS and placemaking and aquatics teams could please come up. How does this work? There we go. I'm a shorty. All right. So while folks are coming down, I just wanted to say I'm so honored to present commendations today for our incredible PRNS, aquatics, and placemaking teams. Thanks to their commitment and hard work, thousands of children, families, and residents were able to enjoy an enormous variety of fun, free activities this summer, including our free recreational swim at our city's pools and park activations through our Viva Parks program. I'd like to share some of the amazing results of these efforts. I'm going to start with, we have had over 9,900, almost 10,000 participants in our free swim program at Ryland, Camden, Mayfair, and Fair Swim Center. And I'd like to point out as a point of privilege that Fair Swim Center, remember I said over 9,900, Fair Swim Center alone had 4,600 participants, over 4,600. That's almost half of the total participants citywide. Community values this resource and how much it's needed in the community. And then led by our awesome placemaking team, our city had 57 Viva Parks activations this summer, serving over 13,000 participants, including movie nights, skate competitions, wine and paint nights, not gonna lie, those were fun, and even a BMX track. The Tully Night Market, held for 8 weeks with Viva Parks and then continuing on its own for another 2 months, was an incredible success that's especially close to my heart. Every week, this event drew hundreds of participants for live food, music, food, supporting our local businesses and local vendors, and even some wrestling and lucha libre. And I'd like to give a shout out and a huge thank you to Phil Maresca and his team at Philco for their integral role in putting everything together for the Tully Night Market. I know Phil wishes that he could be here with us today as well, but I wanted to highlight him because he was a believer in this project from day one. And many residents from our underserved communities really rely on Viva Parks and other programs to get out and come together as a community. When we talk about equity, this is one of the things that we're talking about, putting these resources and building community where it's needed all over our city. From PRNS, I'd like to recognize and thank John Cicerelli, Neil Rufino, who's taking some photos out there, Andrea Flores Shelton, Avi Yotam, Maria De Leon, Ray Hidalgo, Justin Imamura, Ed Solis, Jeremy Schaffner, Nicole Mueller, John Nguyen, and Daniel Lasso. And before we present the commendation, I'd like to invite John Cicerelli up to say a few words, and then I think we have a video highlighting some of the amazing work the people here have done this summer.
Thank you. My name is John Cicerelli. I'm the Director of Parks and Recreation. And first, I want to thank the Mayor and Council. These programs don't happen if the Mayor and Council don't support them and don't vote to fund them. In particular, the placemaking team, which does all the Viva Kai events and all the placemaking events there. For years, we sort of each year had to come up with the money to keep that program going. And this was the first year where that was made permanent and ongoing. So every year there will be 4 huge Viva Kai events in our city. That's the biggest park for the day in our city all at once for everybody to enjoy. And this council has been great supporters of that. I want to particularly thank Councilmember Esparza, who also not only supported that, but also the aquatics program, which is part of why they're up here as well. Again, bringing funding to make sure free swim is happening in our pools, that the community can access the pool, and money's not a barrier to using these wonderful amenities. We only have so many, and that's why it was great to get that funding, and we'll be doing that again in the next year for sure. I do want to mention Ed Solis, whose team is the placemaking team. He was also just recently recognized as Environmentalist of the Year by the Santa Clara County League of Conservation Voters, so it's a great honor for him, and it's a great honor for the team as well. And lastly, I want to make a plug while I'm here, before we show you a quick video to show you how much fun this really is, which is for our aquatics team. You know, this year was a real tough year for lifeguards, and you probably, if you watched the papers, you probably saw stories about it, you even saw it on the news. Nationwide, there was a lifeguard shortage. It was very hard to keep pools open. Our team had to scramble over and over and over again to figure out how to make this work. And as Councilmember Esparza mentioned, 10,000 kids were able to take advantage of that service. But my plug is, if you're a parent or you know a young teenager or a young adult that may be coming home from college or things like that, please go out and be a lifeguard. We need lifeguards. We'll train you. We'll get you your certificates with us, and then we'll pay you a nice wage for the summer, and you can hang out and have a good time at the pool. So with that, let's check out our video.
Was that cute or what? All right, let's get a photo.
I will now like to ask council members Foley and Perales to join me at the podium, and we will recognize and proclaim World Day of Remembrance.
John Risto, why don't you come down and join us as well? Welcome, everyone. I'm here to proclaim November 20th as World Day of Remembrance. In 2005, the United Nations adopted World Day of Remembrance in acknowledgement of victims of road traffic crashes and their families. This event is a somber remembrance of the lives that were needlessly lost in preventable crashes within our city. In this year alone, we've lost 57 community members to roadway fatalities. This is on track to be the deadliest year on San Jose's roads. But it's important for us to remember that these people, they're not just data points. They're mothers, our fathers, children, brothers, sisters, friends, and neighbors. Every life taken to road traffic crashes is a tragedy that ripples out to many more people. It is also important to recognize that every single fatality on our roadway is a tragedy and entirely preventable. Think about that. These deaths are entirely preventable. This is an issue of equity, as the corridors with the highest number of pedestrian deaths are also in some of our most disadvantaged communities. In 2015, the city of San Jose became a Vision Zero city with a commitment to prioritize street safety with the goal of reducing traffic fatalities to zero. Unfortunately, we have not met that promise, and as a city, we must do better. I'm presenting this proclamation alongside Councilmember Raul Perales, the former chair and current vice chair of the Vision Zero Task Force. He and his staff have worked tirelessly on this issue. We're presenting this proclamation to Brandon Alvarado, who's the president and organizer of Ride of Silence. Ride of Silence is a group that organizes group rides to honor cyclists who have been killed or injured on roadways. We know that cyclists and pedestrians are some of the most vulnerable road users in our streets. And I have to say, my husband rides his bike every day to work, and I worry about him every day coming home. That drivers are not going to see him when they make that right-hand turn. So please, drivers, look out for pedestrians. Ride of Silence raises awareness to the issue of traffic violence and advocates for evidence-based solutions for traffic safety. Additionally, Daniela, and I'm sorry I missed your, Brent, is here from the Silicon Valley Bicycle Coalition. The Silicon Valley Bicycle Coalition are tireless advocates for safe streets and Vision Zero, and have been great partners to the city in our Vision Zero efforts. Our work is far from complete, as there is still much more that we need to do to make our streets safer for everyone. I hope that everyone will continue to be engaged while we work through making San Jose a city for people rather than a city for cars. In closing, let us continue to hold dear and cherish the memories of those we have lost. These needless deaths can be prevented, and the answer is in our control as we continue to work together for a safer environment for all of us. Vice Mayor, will you please present the proclamation to Brandon, who will then say a few words? He needs the mic.
Mic and hold?
Here, I'll hold it.
Okay. I'm not that talented yet. All right, so as we already know, this topic isn't a very fun topic to be discussing here today, so that's just what it is. As Councilmember Pam Foley kind of said a bunch of the things that I was already going to say, so she nailed it in terms of each one of those lives. She said we're at 57 this year for 2022, and each one of those lives is like a chunk of our community. There's no way to quantify that. Those could be friends, family, teachers, people where their whole world has changed. 57 different times San Jose has changed because of the safety of our streets on our roadways. And that includes bicyclists, drivers, pedestrians, and motorcycle drivers. The World Day of Remembrance is an annual time to take a moment to pause and acknowledge these people who are no longer here. We should try to do this kind of thing every day, but this is a time for us to stop and do it. The actual event is on November 20th. You can find the World Day of Remembrance by looking up worlddayofremembrance.org. They have a website. Please excuse, a little outdated. And hashtag WDOR 2022 for this year to stay engaged. And really quickly, the Ride of Silence kind of focuses exclusively on bicyclists, but we don't see that any more important or different. And we work together to, again, continue to raise awareness about what we all can do to make this change. And if there's anything that you guys can do going forward, I would say to support infrastructure changes that make our streets safer and to support policies that make our streets safer. And if you do drive, to just take a moment to take a breath and slow down, because speed is one of the leading factors of all of these fatalities that we see, we just take a moment to slow down and respect some of our other roadway users that are a little slower and they're not driving. We'd greatly appreciate that, and we could lower this number. But I will add one last thing. The number has been on a rise for the past few years. You've heard that we started this Vision Zero program. It's tracking in the bad direction that we don't want it to. So I'll leave that with you guys to get involved, to support more of this so that we can see the change that we expect to with all the money and funding and resources that we have, because we have a lot of good people ready to make that change, but we could use the rest of the community. So please slow down and safe, happy driving out there.
If I could. One other thing I'll just add is if this topic interests you, and it should, we have a Vision Zero Task Force meeting on November 30th. It's available through Zoom, so please come and participate.
And now Mayor Liccardo is going to recognize and commend Overfeld High School Principal Vito Chayala and his safety team.
Vito, I'm sorry I can't be there with you in person. I'm here remotely because I'm a bit under the weather and I didn't want to get anybody sick in chambers. But if Vito Chiala is there, I think he is, if he might make his way down. And I'll ask him to introduce the members of his safety team. So I'm sorry I'm not able to do that also remotely. I wanted to really offer this commendation, and I appreciate Vice Mayor's willingness to stand in here for me for a couple of reasons. One is I was looking for any good excuse to give a commendation to Vito Chiala, who's been just an amazing education leader in our city for many, many years. And a much beloved principal over at Overfelt. In particular, he's been just a great champion of a program that we launched with him called San Jose Aspires. It now has more than 1,700 first-generation students engaged in learning, in carving their own path to post-secondary education. We are, for those who don't know, we've set up all of our students with the great assistance of educators at Overfelt San Jose High with digital platforms that help them navigate their path to college and help them better understand that path, and then provide micro scholarships that help to offset some of the costs of college and post-secondary education. We're just really grateful that Principal Chiala has been a champion of that effort from day one. But the excuse I was looking for just happened to come around because once again, Principal Chiala and his team have been heroes as well. And it's unfortunate and tragic reality that this is what our young people and students and educators are dealing with, but their heroic actions certainly deserve commendation. So I want to describe the circumstances because I hope they're instructive as well for our community of the things that we need to do to protect our young people. But more than 70,000 people died from overdosing from fentanyl and other synthetic opioids in the year that ended in March of 2022. In the prior 3 years, the opiate death rate increased more than fourfold for teenagers between 15 and 19. And for young adults between 20 and 24, that rate increased nearly 7 times. So this is a crisis, and parents and educators and counselors have all struggled to address this crisis among our young people. But Principal Chiala and the Overfelt High School Safety Team got together. They're made up of staff members who have the responsibility of maintaining a safe environment there on campus, responding to urgent situations that they're notified about from concerned teachers and parents and students. And they work closely with a lot of community partners in public safety, including our fire department, our police department, and a lot of community-based organizations. And a subset of this larger team, about 18 teachers and staff members, are trained to respond to fentanyl and specifically. They're trained to administer Narcan. They develop trust of students. They know the signs of the use and overdose. and they know how to respond to medical emergency. And this training really came under scrutiny, and everybody really stepped up on October 26th. That's when an Overfelt student swallowed a pill laced with fentanyl and overdosed just after school ended. And Principal Vito Chiala and the team recognized the symptoms of overdose, quickly took action. Principal Chiala gave the student Narcan. And by the time the paramedics had arrived, the student was on her back and she was breathing. And I think NBC, if I'm not mistaken, caught the heroic act afterward and on news, and are grateful that these kinds of efforts are recognized. But we know every single day our teachers and educators are performing heroic acts for our youth, and this is a small way to show our token of appreciation for these educators for stepping up to make their community safer and their students and our children safer. So I just wanted to thank Principal Chiala and all the Overfelt safety team members for, again, making us all proud here at the City of San Jose for the great work happening at Overfelt. I'll ask Principal Chiala if you'd like to say a few words, or Vice Mayor.
All right, thank you, Mayor. Good afternoon, City Council. It's a real honor for me to be able to thank the team that makes this happen at Overfelt every day. And one of the things about being principal is I get a lot of credit, and I don't stand on my own. The work of safety that happens at Overfelt happens day in, day out. I have some representatives here with me, but that team is much deeper in their back keeping Overfelt safe right now, because every day when you're dealing with 1,500 young people, there are issues that are going to come up. And if you just think about the issues facing society as a macrocosm, the microcosm of that plays out in schools every day. And this team understands, through building positive relationships with students and families, this team, supported by a team of teachers that's also doing that, gets information, responds quickly, is trained, and knows how to respond to everything so far, everything our community has faced in a way that is proactive, and doesn't believe that they have to stand on their own. And so we are working actively with community partners, many of them funded by the City of San Jose, San Jose Police Department, Fire Department, paramedics. This is one small example of a way that we were able to respond. And if I could, I'd like to recognize the people that are present with us today, if I could, because this will give you an idea of what a safety team at a high school looks like. And I'll start with Lázaro Jaimes, who graduated from Overfelt High School and came back to work with us as a social worker. Lázaro, thank you for being there. Natalia Gomez is our multi-service, multi-tiered systems of support coordinator. Has been an Overfelt teacher and administrator and leader for as long as I've been principal. Natalia, thank you for joining us. Jen Castro is our associate principal. It's her first year in administration, teaching for 8 years prior to this. Jen Castro. I don't know how to sum up Rachel Stanek. She does all of it, but she is our advocate for student voice and our 9th grade specialist, has been a teacher for many years and is well loved by the Overfelt community. Stanek. And if you've heard of City Year, you may know that Jackie Rosas worked at Overfelt for several years as our City Year leader on campus, and that's an AmeriCorps organization. And right now she is our principal secretary, which really means she runs the school most of the time, Jackie Rosas. And so once again, thank you for recognizing our work. It's great to have this recognition for this team, and to know that Overfelt is a strong community because of the students, the families, and then this team all working together. Thank you.
Thank you, Vito.
Okay. Before we go to orders of the day, I caught a lot of grief from my colleagues about calling for an extended lunch. So to make it up to everyone, I'm going to treat each of my colleagues to lunch. So Tony, if you can put that in the minutes. On to orders of the day. Does anyone on the council have any changes to the printed agenda? Seeing none, Councilmember Ross would like to adjourn today's meeting in memory of Camden McWright, who passed away on October 21st, 2022.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Today's meeting is being adjourned in the memory of Camden McWright. As the Vice Mayor stated, passed away tragically on October 21st of this year at the young age of 18. Camden was a native of Panorama City, California, where he played for St. Genevieve High School. Camden was an excellent student, entering San Jose State with over a 4.0 GPA and a dedicated volunteer in his community. During his time playing for the football team at St. Genevieve High, he was the captain for his junior and senior seasons. He was a two-time Camino Real League Most Valuable Player and first-team All-League honoree. He averaged 12.7 yards per carry, rushing for 1,667 yards and scoring 24 touchdowns in his senior season. He was a freshman at San Jose State, where he played on our football team here and enjoyed being a member of our Spartan community. I am an alum of San Jose State University and been attending San Jose State football games with my dad since I was a young child. And last year, my dad and I became season ticket holders. And since becoming a council member, I've been invited to be the honorary team captain twice. And the most recent was this past October 29th for their homecoming game, where Camden was honored by the team. And I had the privilege of meeting his parents and family members who were there to cheer him on loudly. Camden brought joy to everything he did, and he will be dearly missed by everyone who knew him. His eternal optimism, friendship, and passion will never be forgotten by all those who were able to meet him. And I want to thank all of Camden's family and friends who are joining us virtually, and his coach, Alonzo Carter, who is joining us here in person. I'd like to invite Coach Carter down to share a few thoughts about Camden as well. Welcome.
Good afternoon. On behalf of San Jose State football program, Coach Brennan, the McWright family, which I love and dear, hold them to the heart. I'm Coach Alonzo Carter. I was Camden's running backs coach, and I had the pleasure of working with the young man and recruiting him. And not only was he a great football player and great athlete, he was a 5-star young man. As mentioned, he was a 4.3 student, and he was an angel. It was just a pleasure. He made me better as a father, as a coach. In the short time that I've had to deal with him, he was very diligent about everything he's done. He was always on time. He was a pleasure to work with, and to lose a young man like that, it affects you in a way, but it also gives you things to be hopeful for when you're dealing with young student athletes. It just lets them see this is what it is. This is the example. And having the pleasure of working with him at San Jose State University, it's been a blessing for me as a coach. It's made me better. And I just want to thank the family. I want to thank the mayor, the city council, most importantly, the city of San Jose, for supporting us and giving us all the support that we've had during this time, and just supporting, most importantly, the McWright family, because they are a wonderful family. They raised a wonderful young man, and he would never be forgotten. And we just want to take the time to thank y'all for acknowledging him, because he's a very, very important person to our program. And most importantly, he's a very important person to me, because I had an opportunity to work with him. So we just want to say thank you for acknowledging the McWright family and Camden. We will never forget you. You will never be forgotten. And you will always be in my thoughts. And the family, you will always be in my prayers. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, we're on to item 5.1, the Downtown Transportation Plan. and there will be a presentation.
Thank you, Vice Mayor, Council, John Risto, Director of Transportation. We are going to be presenting the Downtown Transportation Plan today. With me is Jessica Zink, Deputy Director, Ramses Madhu, Division Manager, and Wilson Tam, our Planning Manager that was the major project manager for this effort. With downtown poised to go through quite a bit of changes and an incredible amount of investment from both private and public sector, this downtown plan has been designed to address the challenges that are going to come along with that large change and investment. So we're pleased to actually bring this to the council for consideration, and we're going to jump right into the presentation. Ramses.
Thanks, John. Ramses Madhu, Division Manager, Planning of DOT. Stick with that. So as John said, downtown's seeing a massive amount of investment and change coming up. The downtown strategy has us seeing 60,000 new residents, 100,000 new workers, and 15,000 new students within the planning horizon that we're looking at. That's a lot of change and won't fit in the way that we currently do transportation downtown. So what are we doing about it? We've put together the downtown transportation plan to lead our next 20 years downtown. It gives us the overall framework we need to guide projects and programs, policies in downtown to help us achieve the goals we as a city want, as well as support that development that is coming in. What's really great about this plan is how much is already happening downtown, right? There's been so much work over the last few decades to bring downtown into focus and make it into a great place. And we're going to be able to really build on all of those investments and planning efforts that are already put out there. We worked with the community and let's see if we're going to go forward. No, I'm going backwards. Sorry. Go. We worked with the community and our community-based organizations that were part of our project team. I'll mention them more in a second here, to come up with a guiding principle statement here. I won't read the whole thing, but just really focus on the word safe here. We all know for us to get to an enjoyable and convenient and affordable transportation system that's not just focused on the car, that safety needs to be hit first. We've already hit those keys pretty hard today with our items set up earlier here. The 5 principles over here are our guiding principles for the plan, right? People first, making sure that we are ensuring that our thoughts are about how people move around, how people use the street, how the roadway is actually part of culture in people's lives. Equity, of course. How do we make sure that any investments that are going in are addressing historical inequities? Place, just like people first, making sure that the street is seen as more than just an artery for vehicles, but a place, especially in a place like downtown where we have wide sidewalks and lots of retail and restaurants. Climate, as you all know, transportation is the leading climate element in San Jose's portfolio. And then, of course, economy. How do we help the economy continue to grow forward? Our effort has included a great deal of outreach. We were very, very lucky to bring in 3 community-based organizations, Chopstick Alley, Walk San Jose, and the Prosperity Lab, to help us really increase our outreach to that many more folks who may not have been open to talking to the city or wanting to talk to us without their help. So they've been an incredible support, and huge shout out to them. As you can see, we've done a lot of meetings, a lot of surveys to make sure that we're getting the input we need to make this not only a wonk's dream, but actually supported by the community. The plan itself is made up of this content. We've really worked to make our plans focused on what are we actually proposing. Of course, we have our intro and our downtown vision and these kinds of things. Those are really important to founding thought of the plan. But building that complete street network, making the big public moves, those are the two things we're going to be talking about here a little bit more. One major element of the plan is the bread and butter of a transportation system. What is it that the street network is going to do for the different types of users? Each major type of user, meaning people who are walking, people who are biking, people who are driving or delivering goods, and people who are using transit, each have their own holistic approach to how we're going to treat this downtown, making sure that each of those different networks is made whole. In the plan, of course, each one of those layers is laid out in much more detail. We're doing our 10-minute version here. But this slide is really meant to represent, look, we're doing all those networks, and not only that, but we've made sure that they work together, that we're put them in a coherent whole at that bread and butter level. I'm gonna pass it off to Jess here to talk about the big moves.
All right, thank you very much. As Ramses mentioned, there is a lot of investment and a lot of work that's gone into big moves in and around the downtown that will be taking root over the next few years. And so one of the main objectives of this downtown transportation plan was to ensure that our transportation system really incorporated and supported these and was prepared for things like Art Silicon Valley opening or the changes coming to St. James Park, et cetera. With that in mind, we also wanted to plant the seed for the next stage of big moves within our community. This next generation of big moves needed to be understood in terms of technical needs and benefits of these further big moves, as well as community support for them. So we looked at transit needs, both bus, light rail, bus rapid transit. We looked at highways and how to reconnect the communities that were divided by them, and major moves for the active transportation network. Through this work, especially through the community feedback, two priorities rose to the top, and we'll share those with you today before we close. The first is Santa Clara Street, which has so many opportunities and so many challenges. Santa Clara Street is our main drag, the heart of civic life for San Jose in many ways. It's also critical to the transit network, the highest ridership in the VTA service area, connections to light rail, and soon BART as well. It's also the only east-west corridor that goes all the way through downtown and is a gateway to many of our regional attractions like the SAP Center, like City Hall, and is also a gateway to East San Jose. Unfortunately, today, the challenges that we find on Santa Clara Street often loom larger than the opportunities. So we've identified with the community that a full study that comprehensively considers how transportation improvements, economic development needs, urban design needs, and other items that help with safety, both from a traffic safety perspective as well as a personal safety perspective, how those all come together to improve Santa Clara Street. Second, one of the key things for this plan was our partnership with the Valley Transportation Authority. VTA staff were critical partners in this effort, and with their support, we really uncovered how important it was to have light rail go faster to and through the downtown to bring all of these people in and out of the area. Since we had VTA as key partners in the effort, VTA has already launched a study to evaluate further options for reconfiguring light rail in the downtown. As directors on the VTA board are already aware, top configuration options are moving into conceptual engineering by the end of this year so that we can move forward with feasible and sensible projects. As Ramses mentioned, there's a lot more to this plan, and we just wanted to briefly recognize the effort and work that went into it. First, on the staff side, Wilson Tam and Eric Idlin, alongside other staff from DOT and partner departments throughout the city, VTA, again, Lola Turney and Adam Berger in particular, and community partners, both those community-based organizations who worked with us and other members of the downtown community, like the Downtown Association, the SAP Center, San Jose State University, SPUR, the Guadalupe River Park Conservancy, and numerous neighborhood associations and community leaders. We also could not have done this without the consultant team, very ably led by Matt Haynes at Fair and Pierce. So with that, we will take any questions or comments.
Thank you, Jessica, and the whole team for the presentation. We'll go to public comments first. Tony?
Blair Beekman.
Hi, Blair Beekman. I'm going to use a mask today. Thanks for this item. This is really our IoT future that this item is going to be about. It's interesting. We have a lot of new surveillance and data tech that's been placed in the downtown area in the past few years. And of course, you know my feelings on open public policies and accountability and to make an accessible process with all this new technology with the public, so we understand what exactly you guys are doing. That's important. And we are at a kind of a time, you know, to mention from the previous item of military hardware issues and its needs of accountability. You had some nice memos on that, but to describe that you'll be taking public policy after a lot of experimenting with the technology first, that's one of the important steps that we have to be addressing this technology feature that's going to be a part of downtown. And, you know, openness and accountability does not work mutually exclusive from these practices. And I just wanted, this seems at the right time to mention that kind of concept again, that, you know, we have to learn how to work openness together with the future of these. There's just a ton of tech in these new practices, and we have to learn how to be open about that and not be fearing it. These things don't have to be working in mutually exclusive terms, and good luck how you can make those efforts. Thanks.
Thank you. Erica Pinto.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Vice Mayor, City Council members. My name is Erica Pinto, and as a Planning Policy Manager with SPUR. SPUR commends the Department of Transportation's development of the Downtown Transportation Plan. We want to take the city and staff in pursuing bold strategies and big ideas for San Jose's downtown that will move the city closer to meeting its goals for sustainable and equitable mobility within and beyond the city center. SPUR has been a supporter of the city's efforts to align its many transportation policies and strategies to better serve the people of San Jose. The plan anticipates that downtown will grow by thousands of new residents, new workers, new students, and many more by the year 2040. Although many of the assumptions rely on housing, work, and mobility patterns before the COVID-19 pandemic, the city's plan will rely on how it adapts to these new realities and provides comprehensive support in its implementation of transit and mobility priority projects. In particular, the plan's big idea to lead a reimagining of Santa Clara Street promises to deliver on downtown's potential to capture and leverage local investments to solve for a more connected and vibrant downtown. Grand Boulevards carry the possibility of attracting residents, students, and commercial activity while enhancing safety. The development of a plan will be vital to weave together corridor improvements across multiple concurrent projects. However, we also recognize that the plan's priorities will require effective and coordinated implementation alongside strong community partnerships in order to make them a reality. SPUR stands ready to support the city in making sure that downtown can achieve its goals for a better transportation future. Thank you.
Caller 1324.
Good afternoon, Council. This is Paul Soto from the Horseshoe. First of all, I'd like to thank Blair. He's absolutely necessary to these discussions with respect to privacy and accountability on behalf of the city. So I just want to extend gratitude for his input. With respect to this item, the city is not being honest about the infrastructure that you are building today. using our tax dollars now is in order to build an infrastructure for citizens that aren't even citizens of this city yet. Okay? I will consider these presentations legitimate if you put on the table, which is documented, you put on the table, and I'm demanding that you do it. 400,000 citizens are coming to this city, and that is what we are doing. We are accommodating citizens using our tax dollars now to accommodate citizens that aren't even here yet. You start being honest about that, then I'll consider the legitimacy and the integrity of these presentations. But until you do, quit lying to the people, because you're lying. This whole presentation was a bunch of fluff. That's all it was. Don't come at me with your faux sincerity about your concern about clean energy and that we need to put people. You know what? Every single one of you forfeit your cars first. I suggest when I see a city council member forfeit his car and I see him on a BART or I see a city council member on a bus, then I'll start believing you. But don't start preaching to us and start telling us what we need to do, and you ain't leading by example. So I challenge every single one of you council members, start taking a bus, and then maybe I'll believe you. But until then, and until you start talking about those 400,000 citizens.
Back to the council.
Thank you, Councilmember Perales.
Yeah, thank you. And thank you, staff, for the presentation. Just kind of, because it was timely, building off of the last public comments there. I will say I took a little pride in giving up my car for the first 7 years in office, up until the pandemic, at least for the entire month of May, and got around everywhere that entire month without taking a car, taking bus and light rail and bike, and it was a tremendous experience to be able to do that. As a kid, I depended a lot on our VTA system, but as an adult had not, and I do think that it certainly helps as you're looking at how we can make some better improvements to our infrastructure and our transportation grid, to actually be able to utilize the system. And so certainly I think it's a good point. I don't know if I'd give it up as the recommendation was for good, but maybe at some point in the future here, that's part of the hope. And I know we have a lot of people moving into the downtown core that are moving here without vehicles, and other residents that are giving up their vehicles as well. And that's the community we're building for. And the other part of it, we are absolutely planning for those residents that are not living here today that may be coming in, much like you would plan for, say, an upcoming Thanksgiving dinner, and you're going to have 20 or 30 people coming into the house, and sure, you got to make room and make sure everything's great for the family that's currently there, but you also got to plan for everybody that's coming in and make sure you have enough tables or chairs and whatnot. And that's what we're doing. We're planning for the future here, that we know likely is going to look a lot different than what it looks like today, with infrastructure, with population, and modes of transportation. And actually, that kind of leads me to my first question, which is, because this is a very comprehensive plan, and I had a chance to dive a little bit more deeper into it. It's lengthy, 100 and almost 60 pages, but there are a lot of graphics. So anybody out there that's scared of the number of pages, it's not as much verbiage there. But I'm curious on the flexibility of the plan. So that's kind of the first question, right? There are certainly things that we can't plan for, and I'll just give a couple examples. Since I've been in office, we've seen scooters flood the downtown core in our city, and something we were not, expecting. You start to see different levels of technology, the one wheels that are floating around. So who knows? Does Back to the Future, the hoverboard, finally make it right over the next 20 years? But how flexible, right, is the plan in two regards? One, in modes of transportation that we may not be planning for today, and then as you've mapped out the grid of this road is really going to have a priority for X, and this street for Y. How flexible is that as well? So on those two components.
Great, thank you for the question. I would start by offering that the plan is meant as a guidepost, right? And we completely acknowledge that we don't know what will change. We've been through a pandemic of late, including in addition to those types of transportation technology disruptions, right? And so we cannot say precisely what we will need 7 years from now. And without a plan to start that guidepost, we can't aim accurately at anything. So I think one of the things we've tried to do is to really get the principles right of saying, we want people to feel safe, especially while walking, while getting around on a couple small wheels, whether those are scooters or skateboards or otherwise. And we want them to really be able to take transit. And when we put those pieces together, how those modes evolve, we can't say for sure, but we do know that that's a priority because that's how people are going to fill up our streets with vibrancy and get around affordably and flexibly. So we will be adjusting on this plan, and this plan also doesn't have deep details in terms of design, right? It has core aims for how these different streets, paseos, sidewalks, et cetera, take shape, and those design details will matter and evolve over time.
Thank you. Now, on the other side of the coin,
Yeah.
How it's along the lines of kind of how rigid is the plan, but more specifically, namely because I don't see, for instance, right, other departments like planning department in the booth with you. How rigid is the plan going to be to where we're actually going to utilize it and stick to it? And we had that conversation in the briefing with development projects that are currently underway that are adjacent to one of these roadways that we're saying, hey, we'd really like this roadway to be priority for bikes and peds. And yet there is a driveway or the main entrance, right, as we talked about, on that street. So how are we going to incorporate that? Because we have plenty of major development plans underway today. We're just going to adopt this plan today. And so, how is that going to help? And maybe there's even somebody from the city manager's office or planning that can kind of speak to that. How are we going to work together on that? You can start with it, though.
Sure. I will start by saying, we did have a group of dedicated partners throughout other departments who really helped us inform this plan through a technical advisory committee and other ways. So their input was really great. With that said, I think it's not about rigidity, but it is about these guideposts, right? And as you mentioned, we have more than 20 currently entitled projects within the downtown. And as each of those comes forward, we are advising on specific, treatments, specific locations of driveways and trash and other things like that. And this plan provides us greater certainty about what we want for each of those streets. And that really helps because we want to be fair and even across these different development projects. And we also want consistency at the end of the day, right? That we have a whole corridor that's well thought through that can be pieced together even when different development projects come in over time. I'd say that the other thing it really helps us with is grant funding. Having things that are in an adopted and community vetted plan has been really critical to providing, whether it's the state or the federal government or our regional partners, providing them that sense that this is in fact an idea that's well supported. So those are two reasons for kind of maybe not rigidity, but guideposts.
Yeah, thank you. I think it is really important, right, to not only be flexible, but also ensure that we are actually using this as a guidepost and that we're using it to help guide these projects that are coming down the line now. Because if we don't, we are going to end up, 10 years from now, 20 years from now, and this plan is not going to have worked out because we will have missed the mark with some of the projects that are currently being entitled or already entitled. And so the partnership, what does that look like as far as DOT and say planning as a project is getting submitted or public works, right? How is that going to work to where this plan is being introduced into that conversation early?
Great. So there's a really intricate relationship between planning and planning, building code enforcement, as well as public works that processes information, right? So a new plan comes in or a new project comes in, and one of the first things they actually do is come ask for a transportation study scope. That study scope is worked through between all these departments. Now, once there's a plan like this adopted, a lot of what goes into that scope then gets related back to the plan. right? So as soon as we have this adopted, we can now say, hey, the city has adopted these kinds of improvements in this area. So as we go forward and we figure out what kinds of impacts you're going to have on your frontage or whatnot, that then gets related to basically the mitigations that are listed here, right? So that's how it's related directly. And as soon as you get this adopted, all of us know, okay, this is what we get to look at first when we start looking at those improvements.
Awesome, thank you. Well, let's get it adopted then. I appreciate again the work. I want to say thank you to the mayor too. He really carried the torch on beginning to kind of transition away from the vehicle being the primary mode of transportation, investing in bike lanes throughout the downtown. And I know there was a lot of frustration with that from some of our community members, because that was something I heard back in 2014 when I was running for office. And I was on that same page, and the overwhelming majority of the community supported what we are doing, which is moving away from the priority of the vehicle and into other modes of transportation. And I will say that likely spoke true in this next election, or this election that just passed, because it came up in the conversations as well. So I think we're moving in the right direction, the direction the majority of our community wants us to move, and quite frankly, the direction we should be moving. I didn't get to read every single line, but I didn't see the line that we mentioned, Ramses. But I really do think we should be proud of congestion, right, in the downtown core. We should be happy with that level of congestion, because that means success in a downtown core, right? That means you have a dense population of people and of employees, right, and people enjoying that area. And quite frankly, I think that's a benefit for all of us. I know there's going to be plenty of people that live or want to get through the downtown that are not happy with a slightly longer commute through the core. But I know I am, and I think that's where we need to go. We need to start to get people out of their cars and into these other modes of transportation that we are prioritizing. And quite frankly, if we can't do it in downtown, we're not going to be able to accomplish this anywhere else in the city. And so with that, I will move on approving this downtown transportation plan, and thank you.
Second.
Right, it's been moved and seconded. Mayor?
Thank you. And thanks, Councilmember Pross, for the kind words. And I appreciate the fact that you've been walking the walk, or actually pedaling the pedals really yourself, and demonstrating what the future needs to be. So thank you, Councilmember Pross, for your leadership downtown for these almost 8 years. Thanks, staff, everybody, for your hard work on this. And I know this was a team effort. I had some general questions that will sound pretty rudimentary, but I think it's important just to kind of ask some basic questions, because it helps us get oriented about how we're going to implement this. And I guess the biggest question I'd start with is, as we look at this plan, what does it really change about the projects that we're going to prioritize, say, in the next 3 to 5 years? What's different about the next 3 to 5 years because of this plan that we would not have been doing otherwise?
Thank you for the question, Mayor. So my name is Wilson Tam. I'm the Transportation Planning Manager at DOT, and also the co-project manager of this downtown transportation plan. So the question is, how would this plan result in the types of projects that we would otherwise not be able to achieve as a city? And I would say that in the past, without these type of like multimodal transportation improvement plans for a sub area, which is the most important area, one of the most important areas in the downtown, in the city like the downtown, we would be addressing street improvements as more of a separate corridor. Councilman Perales asked a question about how rigid this plan would be with the development, right? Usually we would address a particular street as if like, how would a particular change, like a new building or new development, affect a particular street? And we would separate the street away from the rest of the downtown network and say, okay, these are the impacts and these are the mitigation for that particular street. But that's more of a piecemealing approach, because we will not be able to take a look at the holistic scale, how this particular street react or interact with the rest of the network. So this downtown plan is has resulted in a total of 56 projects, and they are not coming out of the blue. They are fully vetted with the community and also trying to take a holistic scale at the entire network. designating a certain modal priority for each of the streets for the purpose of understanding that if, let's say, if we were to improve Santa Clara Street as a transit corridor, something may need to give. But that doesn't mean the end of the world, because we have other streets that will be prioritized for other things that we will be able to achieve. So these are the things that we would not have been able to achieve without this plan. And also not the type of projects that we would normally get out of a development review process, because we would usually study a sub-area surrounding a new development as opposed to the greater downtown area as a whole.
Yeah, thank you, Wilson. One other simple example, this past summer, all the cities within Santa Clara County had the opportunity to apply for the One Bay Area grants, cycle 3. And this cycle only occurs every 4 or 5 years. And so we did go out on a little bit of a limb, and we included some of the projects throughout our area plans, including some that are in this downtown transportation plan. And because we knew what the community feedback was on a number of these streets, and we knew through surveys what the feedback was in terms of prioritization, we submitted some of those projects for funding, and we are currently recommended for funding from BTA and the Metropolitan Transportation Commission. We'll make that final call coming up early next year. So that's another very tangible piece that we are not able to do nearly in the same way without a plan like this.
Thanks, Jessica. I think that's helpful to make this very concrete, because we have a lot of plans in the city, and they tend to sit on the shelf and gather a lot of dust. And I think it's important for us just to be super cognizant about the concrete changes we're looking to implement here. And so I appreciate that perspective. On Santa Clara Street, I know that there's this the plan contemplates a study in Santa Clara Street. There's a lot of demands being made of that very important corridor for transit, for development, for small businesses. What do we expect will look different when we're done with that study and we implement the outcomes of that study? Do we expect Santa Clara Street to look like it's going to be car-free? It's going to be, we're going to have wider sidewalks. We're going to see, I mean, what do we really think is likely to emerge from what I expect will be a lot of energy and resources expended over that study?
Great question. So for Santa Clara Street, we're really looking for a higher quality of the public realm. And we have a couple of key priorities to your question for how that takes shape, especially in the downtown core, that transit be able to move quickly and through the downtown to deliver people to destinations along the corridor, as well as to transfer points for BART, light rail, et cetera, and San Jose State SAP Center, Diridon Station. So that transit priority is built into the study parameters, I would say, that there will be transit priority. Now, how it will take shape, whether we will see queue jumps, whether we will see signals, whether we will see boarding islands, those are the type of details that we actually need to have somebody come in and help us measure throughout the corridor, right? So that's kind of the difference of this design study, is to take the values and some of these priorities, pedestrian space and transit space, and then put them down to feet, right? And understand how those trade-offs work in space.
And I appreciate that, Jessica. It sounds like the bottom line is we expect buses will be moving faster and passenger cars will be moving slower. Is that, I know that sounds very simplistic, but is that fair?
I think that our priority is to keep people moving quickly on transit. Some of that comes through a greater volume of transit, not necessarily, high speeds of an individual vehicle, right? Because you carry a lot of people.
But simply that the trip happens faster, perhaps because of signal priority.
Right, exactly. And it could be signal priority. Again, it could be queue jumps. It could be places where transit just has more dedicated space, for example. I also, would just say that the character of Santa Clara Street should not necessarily be the same throughout, right? We've definitely spoken with our partners at SAP Center about, how they're pretty satisfied with some of the character of their street, right? And we take that seriously, and we'll be considering how the street may change to the west of 87 and be different in the downtown core. So I hope that, I think vehicles may move more slowly sometimes of day based on those trade-offs, but we'll also be looking at things like, should all of the turning movements that are currently allowed be allowed? And that gets very wonky, so sorry for introducing the
Yeah.
word turning
No, I've been in the
movements.
middle of those fights, so I understand.
Right, right, exactly.
There are lots of businesses that care a lot about where exactly you turn and where you get to park.
Exactly, exactly. And that's why it really needs those dedicated resources to model the trade-offs, both in terms of what the design options are, what you get out of those trade-offs, and then what your challenges come up to be.
Okay, thank you. I just two more general questions. One is, I'm enthusiastic about the notion that we can create pedestrian only or bike only boulevards or streets, but recognize there's a very limited context in which that works. You need a lot of density of people, and you need also a lot of density of attraction on the street. In other words, you can't do it on a dark street where there's no retail, very few restaurants, very little activation of any kind that would attract a pedestrian or cyclist to want to be on that street, pedestrians in particular. And so I'm looking at like page 59, and I look at the sort of different segments we have in mind for pedestrian only. And the word that comes out in my mind as a question is integration. As I think about some of these segments, first, the question of integration with each other, because we typically would want to think of a pedestrian corridor as getting pedestrians from one place to another that is both pleasant in the experience and obviously gets them to a destination that pedestrians want to get to. And so it's not totally obvious to me that as I look at this map, I have a clear sense of that. And I also think about integration of the urban design of the streets itself. For example, San Pedro is identified, and I can understand why, because you already have a great start there of San Pedro north of Santa Clara, where we've got something, thanks to Councilmember Peralta's leadership and a lot of hard work at DOT, we've got a good start there on something north of Santa Clara. But as you go south of Santa Clara, it's kind of a lonely experience as a pedestrian, and there's not a lot going there on the street frontage that's going to want to encourage any pedestrian to ever walk down that particular street, San Pedro going south from Santa Clara. So I just think about this issue of integration, and I guess it goes back to Councilmember, I think it was Councilmember Pross raised the question about planning, maybe someone else, about whether or not planning was involved in this. I can't help but think we need some really explicit integration if any of this is going to work.
Thank you. Very good observations. I think integration with planning, as well as Office of Cultural Affairs, as well as other parts of the economic development team, the placemaking team who we saw earlier today. There's a lot of ways to address this. I think to your point of integration, the slide on page 59 has a couple key, I'd call them view sheds, that are kind of created by these pedestrian networks. One of them is San Pedro, and it's a mix of fully pedestrianized streets in the plan with some that are local access, but that really prioritize easy activation for festivals and easy activation for people walking at all times. And if you were to stand in the future under this plan there near Park and San Fernando, the future that's laid out in the plan would see that you could follow this whole corridor extremely comfortably. You could get all the way up to the new North San Pedro community in a pedestrian first environment your whole way. That is similar with the corridor along Park that turns into the Paseo de San Antonio. Those kind of have some key crosses to them. Additional to those are definitely Market Street in terms of the importance of festivals and activation of the Plaza de Cesar Chavez, as well as the SOFA area with a closure, a full pedestrian closure recommended at the south end of First Street next to Makla and the other museums at the southern end of the SOFA district. So I would say, some of those key corridors, the intent is to have that be very natural wayfinding through this combination of pedestrianized streets and festival streets. But we'll certainly need to work with our development services partners as well as our placemaking team and other economic development, Office of Cultural Affairs teams to make it so.
Thanks, Jessica. I mean, I know you, I know I don't need to tell you, but it just seems as though, you look at SOFA, there's a great opportunity, certainly, with a lot of venues, arts, restaurants, and so forth, and hopefully what more will be coming to make a great environment. As I think about, say, San Pedro, north of St. John, or south of Santa Clara, we need to probably literally do work to some of those buildings because there's nothing to walk to. And so I just think that's really important to bring, make sure planning is fully invested in all this so that when projects are getting permitted and approved, we're actually being really explicit about ground floor space, because I know that's something that's, losing priority. Anyway, so thank you for your points, but I'm hopeful that this will be something we keep our eye on. And then finally, just on transit improvements, there's a lot in the plan around shuttles and improvements in the Willow Keys corridor for transit. I know there has been a plan, the VTA's approved, for example, there. But all that depends on operations for transit for buses and resources that obviously we don't control. We have some influence over with VTA. And I guess the question is this all just dependent on hoping that VTA staff and board are supportive in year 10 or 15 to actually invest in more transit service? Or is there some plan or idea about how else we would finance that kind of improvement of service?
Thanks, Mayor, for the question. So one, just to point out, members of the VTA planning staff were part of our actual project team. They were at our meetings every single week, helping us develop this work. And so this isn't something that kind of came to them afterwards. They developed this with us, every single letter. They're really, really invested in this. And so we have, we already have current investment in what this plan does. So what kinds of transit improvements are being talked about here, and how does that relate back to what you're saying here? A lot of what we're talking about here are operational improvements that we can do, right? There's an immense amount, just like we talked about with the Transit First policy, there is a whole host of things that we as
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. I'm Lori Mitchell, and I'm the Director of Community Energy, and very pleased today to be joined by Kate Ziemba. She's our Senior Environmental Program Manager, as well as Ross De Silva, who worked on a lot of the financial modeling for this item. So this item is our electric vehicle fast charging hub feasibility analysis and recommendations for a pilot program. So just as background and as a reminder, back in the spring, Council adopted a memo from the Mayor and Council members Jimenez and Perales that directed us to return with a feasibility analysis of deploying public fast charging hubs for electric vehicles in this fiscal year, located at city-owned parking lots where we would control the retail pricing that customers seek. And we're here today to recommend that you authorize the city manager to negotiate and execute a tolling agreement, which is a standard utility contract with vendors to deploy 1 to 3 of these fast charging hubs at city-owned or at privately owned sites that would be located in low-income and disadvantaged communities in fiscal year 23-24 or 24-25. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to Kate Ziamba, who will provide more background on this.
Thank you, Lori. So San Jose is a leader in electric vehicle adoption. 2022 is on track to outpace 21's peak for new EV purchases. And staff estimate that about 30% of new car registrations in San Jose over the last 2 quarters were electric. And then this past August, California became the first state to require 100% of new cars and light trucks to be electric by 2035. At the same time, EVs are becoming more affordable. Manufacturers like Chevy and Nissan are introducing new EVs priced under $30,000, and used EV supply is expected to continue to grow, particularly in 2023 and 2024 with lease returns. The high prices we saw in the past year for used cars have begun to decrease and are expected by those in the industry to return to normal in early 2023. Moreover, the Federal Inflation Reduction Act, passed in August, will introduce a $4,000 tax credit for used EVs starting on January 1st, 2023. And on top of that, there are stackable incentives from federal and state governments and local agencies that can significantly bring down the purchase price, both of new and used EVs, especially for low-income drivers. When you combine this with the lower fuel and maintenance costs, EVs become a lot more affordable than gas-powered cars. Charging off-peak is like paying $2 a gallon at the pump, and maintenance costs are typically 30% lower as well. This slide shows how low-income consumers can stack federal, state, and local incentives to bring down the purchase price of new and used EVs. So for example, a low-income customer can pay about $5,000 before taxes and fees and registration for a base model 2023 Chevy Bolt, after accounting for tax credits, a state rebate, and a local point of sale incentive from Clean Cars for All. And prices fall even lower for low-income consumers buying used EVs after 2 incentives. So as more San Jose residents go electric, San Jose Clean Energy is paying close attention to when EV customers charge. Most California EV drivers reside in single-family homes and charge primarily at home overnight. Some drivers also plug in when they get home from work during the 4 to 9 p.m. period of peak demand. The chart on the slide shows an average of the energy sources that were on the grid during every hour in 2020, and the yellow bars are solar. So San Jose Clean Energy is trying to get ahead of large EV charging load growth overnight by developing programs to incentivize charging in the middle of the day when there is more renewable energy on the grid and electricity is cleanest and cheapest. Shifting charging to middle of the day would also reduce the strain on the grid and lower grid costs. We are also paying close attention to equity and access to EV charging infrastructure. Private developers have been installing charging infrastructure in areas where there's high EV adoption. But as shown in the map, charging infrastructure is not distributed evenly throughout San Jose. The lightly colored areas score high on San Jose's Equity Atlas, which means there are higher concentrations of low-income residents and people of color. We call these areas charging deserts due to the scarcity of public charging infrastructure. Low-income residents also typically lack the financial resources to install charging at home, or may live in an apartment where there are many barriers to adding charging. So as a result, EV adoption is lower in these communities. And we want to make sure these communities are not left behind in the transition to EVs. And now I'll turn it back over to Lori.
Thank you, Kate. So the recommendation today is to have San Jose Clean Energy move forward with a fast charging hub pilot program. As I mentioned before, this would allow us to contract with a vendor under a pay-for-performance agreement, an agreement that we call a tolling agreement in the utility industry, to deploy 1 to 3 of these hubs located in low-income and disadvantaged communities. Each hub would accommodate approximately 10 electric vehicles, and they would be operational for about 10 years, which is the life of that infrastructure. We are looking at sites both at private locations as well as city-owned sites. And if approved today, we estimate that these hubs would be designed, constructed, and in operation in late 2023 or early 2024. So as Kate mentioned, some of our goals in this pilot program, number 1 is to provide affordable and reliable charging to neighboring communities, increase midday charging so that we can meet our decarbonization goals and lower costs, as well as learn more about this space and retail pricing structures that would be most valuable to the community. So as I mentioned, a tolling agreement is a very standard utility contract. We contract for resource adequacy and some of our solar contracts in a similar manner, but it's important to note the structure here. So San Jose Clean Energy would pay a monthly payment, a fixed payment that covers the developer's capital and operation and maintenance costs. We would also provide energy to the chargers. And importantly, we would set the retail rate. So we could test out different pricing models. Some of the things that we're considering is a subscription model, which has been popular among some utilities, where they offer $20 or $30 a month, all you can charge during certain hours of the day. And as Kate mentioned, those hours we're interested in is 10 to 2. It would also allow us to test out retail pricing discounts for our low-income customers to drive more adoption there. And then importantly, under this agreement structure, we would collect the customer revenue for that charging usage. On the vendor side, they would own and operate the fast charging infrastructure, so they would be responsible for siting, financing, all of the design and engineering and permitting. And they would also be responsible for the construction and the operation and maintenance of these chargers, as well as services such as communications, the account management, billing, and reporting. So in terms of the financial analysis, Ross on our team did a lot of great work here in terms of stress testing our financial model. And we are estimating, we looked at a number of different scenarios. We are estimating that this pilot program will ultimately provide a net loss of about $1 million to $1.5 million over this 10-year period. On an annual basis, that's about $245,000 a year. But it's very important to note that this very much depends on utilization and grant funding. You can see here our assumptions on utilization. We purposely assumed very low utilization rates. And that is because we know in the early years, there's a little bit of a chicken and egg scenario here where we might see low utilization until more users in the area adopt those EVs. So very conservative here. The other thing that could make this more cost effective is grant funding and additional funding that may be available in the Inflation Reduction Act. So we are hopeful that over the long term, these are profitable, but at worst case, what we see this is a very, very cost-effective program to accelerate EV charging infrastructure in our community. And here you can see the annual costs for the tolling agreement from the years 2023 through 2032. You can see we would pay at most about $245,000 a year. And then in terms of the selection process, this is something we're also hoping to learn a lot from the pilot project. We did put out an RFO back in September that influenced our recommendations today, and we will select a vendor based on price, their experience, and the location. And we did issue a strong preference for locations in low-income communities of color and these charging deserts that Kate explained. Important to note, some of the next steps in the process is that if approved today, we will refer these vendors to the department that administers the sites. And then that department will work from staff from the city attorney's office, finance, and real estate to perform a legal review and then understand permitted site usage. So we are hoping to learn a lot and in comparing how these different sites are applicable for this that will help us to scale this in the future. In terms of community outreach, we also know this is very, very important. So once the site is determined, we will inform the surrounding neighborhoods of these hubs. And then once they're operational, we do expect to hire community-based organizations to conduct an in-depth multilingual education and outreach campaign. And we'll build on some of the outreach that we've conducted in the past with our ride and drives, where customers can test out electric vehicles without the pressure of being at a dealership and get to know how they work. We'll also provide additional workshops, as well as one-on-one assistance in helping our customers navigate the rebates and the incentive process. And with that, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Lori, for the presentation. And we'll go to public comments.
Blair?
Hello? Great, thanks. Hi. Laura Beekman here. Thanks a lot for this item. A really nice agenda today about our sustainable future. Thank you. I think I just wanted to note that, you know, way back in 2015, that, you know, the concepts of charging stations in low-income neighborhoods was really impossible to comprehend. And it seems like we've worked really well to make that more possible now. And thank you. I think the line of thinking in how that's been working and being created could be pretty interesting and not fully cynical. I'm hoping it's that. And Alameda County is doing sort of the same sort of things that I would invite yourselves to look into, how their charging stations in low-income neighborhoods in the future may be of interest to yourselves. I wanted to thank the words of Councilperson Foley at the beginning of the meeting today, who spoke on the importance of Vision Zero and how we can consider a future of less cars. I thank her for those words. I'm interested how this sort of issue can relate to, say, less use of single occupancy vehicle use in the future, and maybe you can connect those sort of ideas in these sort of future discussions. And just an overall, with Councilperson Foley's words that I think is really offered inspiring words about the future, how we talk about Vision Zero and how to get people excited about Vision Zero actually and not fearful. And with that also, good luck how Vision Zero could work on the previous item, downtown issues that will be a part of this item too. And open public policy practices also can be a part of this whole process of a future of sustainability and are good. Thanks.
Paul?
Paul Soto from the Horseshoe. First of all, with respect to language, it's disrespectful and racist to continue to reference my community, the Chicano community, and the Mexican community as being disadvantaged and low income. The language needs to change. It is disrespectful and racist, okay, because you called me a community of color. Color is only color when using as a reference point a white supremacist ideology. So while you've normalized your racist language, I am challenging you to change it. These barrios have been created. We're not disadvantaged. We were dogged out. We were literally created to be experiencing this quote unquote disadvantage. Okay, and then so by that framework of reference, are you saying that Willow Glen is advantaged? How did it become advantage? Why is Willow Glen advantaged compared with these disadvantaged barrios? Because of the racist policies that created those neighborhoods in the first place. So you need to start changing your language. Number two, this discussion was had already. The woman that came in and chimed in February of last year talked about explicitly these neighborhoods and these people are not going to be able to afford these cars. Okay, and what you're going to do is you're going to use Somos Mayfair. We already know that. Somos Mayfair is going to be one of your go-tos of these quote-unquote CBOs. Okay, and they're going to be the ones driving around in these cars. Oh yeah, look, trying to sell it to the public. I don't want any CBO used in this pilot program that receives grant money from the citizen from the city. Also, what you're doing is you're creating these in these neighborhoods, and you're using the debts of the people that have been in those neighborhoods to write these grants. That's what you're doing.
Back to the council.
Thank you. Don't see any hands raised or requests to speak, so I'll entertain a motion.
Motion approved.
Second.
And Councilmember Esparza, I see your hands raised. Go ahead.
Thank you. Thanks. I had a question about the fast charging and what that means for folks who are charging cars in the neighborhoods that we're targeting and what that means. So the charging that we're looking at, right, because we're trying to get people to do it in the middle of the day, we're looking at an 80% charge in 20 to 30 minutes. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And so what does that do to the life of the car batteries? Doesn't that accelerate or shorten the lifespan?
No, most new electric vehicles are compatible with DC fast charging, and that is becoming more and more the default for some of the newer models. So it should be compatible.
Okay, and if folks are buying used vehicles, because I know there's a big market and a lot of programs that are pushing the rebates or trying to encourage low-income folks to buy new, but also used, will that be information be made available to them as well?
Information on the difference between
Right.
different types of charging. Sure, that's something we can happily work on and provide some collateral both to the council and community groups. Also for used cars, there shouldn't be a much of a difference between DC fast charging and level 2 or level 1 charging, which many people use at their home.
Okay, awesome, great. Thank you for that. And I also really like the idea of sort of educating people about EVs, learning, for a lot of folks, it's a new experience and the maintenance, it's all very different, but there are some fears and uncertainty there. So I love the idea of having events where people can come and learn about them outside of like the auto mall or something. Okay, that's it for me. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Cohen.
Yeah, thank you. I want to ask some questions, and I think I talked about some of these things at our briefing ahead of time, but if our goal is to have people utilize charging more during the day, I mean, we've all gotten in the habit of charging our vehicles overnight, and I understand the reasons why we want to get people to charge during the day. Should we do some kind of study as to where people in various parts of our community will be during the day and where they'll want to charge? Because if we're saying we need it in parts of town where people live, but they're not necessarily working there during the day, then it won't help them charge during the day to have charging stations near their homes.
Right, that's a very good point, Councilmember. And so that's part of what we hope to learn by this pilot program is doing some more market research about where people are during the middle of the day, but also important to note that we don't think DC fast charging is the solution for everything. We have another program, Cal EVIP, where we've incentivized level 2 charging, and many of those locations are workplace offices and things like that, and we think that application is great for level 2, where it doesn't need to be charged very fast. Somebody is probably going to be at work all day, and it can charge a little bit slower. What we're trying to do here is fill the gap for those people that may not be in an office and are looking for a place to charge, much more quickly than what they could access via the level 1 or the level 2 technologies.
And what's our method by which we're going to set the rates that we charge at these stations?
Right. So that's a great question, something that Ross worked on quite a bit on our team and all of us thought quite a bit about. So we expect the financial modeling that we presented, that's with a 10 to 15% discount versus what we're seeing on average charging. Obviously, that can vary pretty greatly depending on where people are charging, whether they're charging at home or a private entity, and what time of day they're charging. But we hope to provide everyone a discount. And then, as we mentioned, use the pilot to provide further discounts for our care and very low-income customers.
And I don't think we've done a good job overall talking about electric vehicles and how the cost of charging compares with the cost of gas as gas prices change. Do we have some plans on how we're going to make sure people understand what they're getting as far as a apples to apples comparison as they pay for their charging?
Yeah, that's a great point. And so that's also something that we hope to, further work on with this pilot is, enhancing all of the collateral and the education resources around it. So as Kate mentioned, right now on average, that charging is about equivalent to $2 a gallon of gas. And so it's very cost effective when you look at a gasoline powered vehicle. But I think you're right. There's a lot of education that needs to be done around that.
And while we're on that, I always repeat every time we have this conversation about just the other part, which is the reduction in maintenance costs of the vehicle, just helping people understand the benefits of these vehicles, because you save a significant amount by not changing oil, changing fluids, changing spark plugs, changing air filters annually or every few years. So we just need to help people understand these benefits.
Yeah, we couldn't agree more on that. Those are some of the objectives we have with this pilot.
Okay, and then the last question, I know there was some talk about having a potentially reciprocity. If we put in place a rate plan that will incentivize certain times a day to charge and for certain income groups to use to get a certain rate, that we might have some reciprocity with other cities or other facilities so that people can use that rate and be more portable with that rate and not have to use the chargers near them. Can you talk a little bit about that?
That's part of our long-term vision here, and certainly we'll learn a lot with this pilot. East Bay Community Energy is also doing a similar pilot, and so we've been collaborating a lot with them. And one thought is maybe one day there's a network of these CCA chargers all across the Bay Area and potentially across California, where customers would have a similar retail experience, right? The same rates if you're a San Jose Clean Energy customer, but you work in, say, Fremont or Dublin, and you could access a charger there with the same retail pricing structure. So that's something we're very interested in learning more about, and potentially using this pilot to further that long-term vision.
So I would think we'd want to start by maybe trying to find partnerships with some of the private installations around the city, right? Because I know most of the installations are privately owned. They're not, even ChargePoint doesn't own their own equipment. They install it and then it's owned by the business where it's installed. So we'd have to work with those businesses to try to get these kind of reciprocity agreements.
Yeah, that's one place we could focus, in the near term, where we envision and focusing is just collaborating with other CCAs that are putting in similar hubs. That certainly is the low-hanging fruit there. But you're right, we certainly could reach out to other providers and see if they would be willing to provide a similar retail pricing experience. So that's something we could
Or something we
explore.
could subsidize.
Right.
Right. I'm just thinking that, yeah, it's great with other CCAs putting in hubs, but those will be spread out. That's not necessarily where people are going, but we already have charging stations around the city that are not part of our hub program. And so trying to have it so that people who are getting putting together a plan to, like, a monthly fee that they pay to charge their EVs. If we could somehow make it so they don't have to just do it at these certain locations, that would be a far better setup.
Yeah, no, it's a great point and something we certainly could explore. I think there will be some challenges there, just because, as you mentioned, they're owned by different people and they have different objectives in terms of what type of revenue they're trying to achieve with those installations. But it's certainly something we could approach them on.
Okay, thank you. Was there a motion yet on this? Oh, okay.
Yes.
That's it. Thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Perales.
Yeah, thank you. Just a quick question. We are relying on the vendors to identify the locations in our disadvantaged communities, correct? Or are we helping in that?
We are, so we are referring them to the department that will evaluate that. So we've worked a lot with the city attorney's office and other departments to make that process more clear to these vendors. And maybe Kate can describe a little bit more what that process looks like.
Good afternoon. Thank you for your question. So the vendors are proposing sites. It's definitely a dialogue with staff based on, the sites that meet our location criteria. But as Lori mentioned, ultimately the department that oversees the site has the final decision on permitting that site use, and will also need to conduct a legal site review with the city attorney's office, finance, and real estate, and the department controlling the site to determine whether charging is an available use of the site.
And how confident are we that we're going to be able to identify sites actually in disadvantaged communities? My main concern is sort of what happens if we don't. I'm concerned, right? A vendor says, hey, well, well, we're not able to find one, right? So that I'm just, how confident are we that we are going to be able to find it? And then if we don't, what is that? What is the response?
Yeah, I think we are confident. There's been a lot of work, certainly me working with other department directors here and evaluating sites, and I think there's a lot of demand for these, so I think we will find sites that are suitable. I also think we'll learn a lot about site suitability, both, what the different departments needs in order to install these, but also the PG&E process and interconnecting these and what electric upgrades are needed at various sites and how that impacts their cost effectiveness. So we certainly expect to learn a lot with this pilot process, but we think there are many sites that fit that criteria. So we're very confident we can achieve that.
Safe to say then we won't move forward unless it actually is in a low income or disadvantaged community, as is the recommendation.
Yeah, that is one of our objectives. Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Foley.
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation. I'm really excited to hear the pilot program for the EV charging stations, and I'm wondering about when you might be able to provide us with an update as to whether the pilot is working and whether it's time to expand. Is there a time frame, and then which committee will you be going to report back to? I imagine Smart Cities or T&E.
Yes, we expect to report.
Sorry for the public transportation and entertainment and environment.
Yes,
Let's have we need an entertainment committee. Sorry.
Yes, we do. Yeah, we expect to provide an update as part of our program's roadmap to the Transportation and Environment Committee. And so excited to report back there on what we learn, and then also to come back to council eventually with some lessons learned on this pilot, as well as recommendations of how we might scale it in the future.
And time frame for reporting your first report to T&E?
So we expect that we'll have some information to report. We typically go to T&E in the spring, so
Okay.
we do think that there'll be some information that we can report in the spring, although they will not be operational at that time, but we should have more information on site selection. And then probably much more information spring of 2024.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mayor.
Thanks. I appreciate all the hard work that's been invested in this. To follow up a little bit on Councilmember Peralta's last statement and really the issue raised by Councilmember Cohen, there is this tension between trying to get to an objective of daytime charging. At the same time, we're trying to get into communities geographically where we know we'll have a higher concentration of lower income residents. And I can imagine that what we could learn if private sector partners are doing these studies, they may say, well, actually, the best way for us to go serve the largest number of residents who might need this, who are commuting to work, would be to go put it down in Kaiser Santa Teresa, for example, or Valley Med, where you may have a lot of healthcare workers, for example. And certainly there are employment centers I know in East San Jose Regional, for example, or shopping centers along Story and King. But I think there's going to be this tension, and I guess the question would be then, Lori, where do you ultimately make the choice? Do you decide that you're going to be in the geography serving the intended community, or you're going to be focused on serving the most number of people who are likely to take advantage of it, even if it doesn't fit in the same geography?
Yeah, that's a great question. So we're actually hoping to achieve both objectives, and we're pretty confident that we can. But that is the reason that we were open to both privately located sites. So if the developers say, we have a market, or as you said, a medical space that they think makes much more sense, that's certainly something we'll consider, along with our own city-owned sites, such as our libraries and our parks and rec centers. So we're very open to this in the process, and we definitely feel that we'll learn quite a bit about optimal siting and how to balance these multiple objectives that we're trying to achieve.
Okay. I look forward to it. I know this is hard, so thank you. And I wonder at some point at the end of the day, we may have to concede a little bit on the geography if we're trying to. The end result is we want to serve the greatest number of residents who are of modest or low income. But let's find out where the data takes us. I look forward to learning more. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't see any other hands raised or requests to speak. So, Tony, we have a motion and a second.
Jimenez,
Yes.
Peralez,
Yes.
Cohen,
Aye.
Crosco,
Aye.
Davis,
Yes.
Esparza,
Yes.
Arenas, Foley,
Aye.
Mahan,
Aye.
Jones,
Aye.
Liccardo.
Aye.
Trying Arenas one last time. Okay, thank you.
Okay. On to item 7.1, Beautify SJ Neighborhood Blight Reduction Status Report. And we have a presentation.
Yeah, because I hunch. I keep trying to tell myself to lean back. I'm not comfortable. I'm a percher because I have that ergonomics guy.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor and Council. Andrea Flores Shelton here, Deputy with PRNS Community Services, joined by John Cicerelli, our Director, and Olympia Williams, the Beautify SJ Division Manager. I'd like to start with acknowledging Mayor Liccardo, who, as we know, launched the Beautify SJ initiative in 2017 to reclaim our public spaces. This initiative is now quite a large core service for the city, and we thank him for his efforts for galvanizing thousands of volunteers to remove trash from our streets, waterways, and neighborhoods. Today, we will briefly discuss where we are headed and what we've accomplished. So this council, thank you very much, has enabled the consolidation of various blight reduction and beautification programs and expanded the new encampment management program into a new PRNS Community Services Division. This report today focuses on the left side of the org chart, which is the blight reduction programs and not the encampment management programs. As you know, we will be coming forward to council with more encampment management updates to you on November 29th. So I'd like to make a couple updates on where we've been since Mayor Liccardo and the council provided $250,000 this fiscal year for an evaluation of Beautify programs. We are keenly aware that we would like to focus on outcomes and not just outputs. So through the Clean, Vibrant Neighborhoods and Public Spaces Enterprise and Roadmap, Beautify SJ is engaged with the city manager's Outcomes, Equity, and Performance Management Initiative, which will keep us on track to produce new measures and data collection methods. We look forward to reporting on results of measures such as visual cleanliness, customer responsiveness, and reduction in dumping hotspots, to name a few. So the blight reduction program evaluation design will roll out by the end of this fiscal year with results reported next fiscal year. So now I'll turn it over to Olympia.
Thank you, Andrea. Good afternoon, Mayor and Council members. I'm Olympia Williams, Beautify SJ Division Manager. There are several accomplishments that I want to share with you from the last fiscal year. First, Beautify SJ programs collected 9.2 million or 4,595 tons of trash and debris from neighborhoods, encampments, streets, sidewalks, and along our waterways. 4.5 million pounds of this debris was illegally dumped materials. The pictures on the slide illustrate the types of dump sites and that the team often comes across. The Neighborhood Dumpster Day programs have grown by 300% since 2019 and have collected about 1.8 million pounds of trash. Our graffiti removal program has responded to over 27,000 service requests, leading to the abatement of over 2.5 million square feet of graffiti. I never like to miss an opportunity to remind residents about our free junk pickup program. It's unlimited, or to remind neighborhoods to participate in dumpster days and please use our public litter cans. It does make a difference. While the new Beautify SJ program structure has been more efficient in addressing blight, the program has an opportunity to increase effectiveness by utilizing the comprehensive 3Es approach that includes education, eradication, and enforcement. This best practice model is used by several large cities within the state of California and throughout the nation to combat blight and improve neighborhood livability and quality of life. In the 3Es model, the education component helps to reduce blight by educating residents on how to properly dispose of unwanted items and would therefore reduce the need for increased eradication efforts. The enforcement component serves to also help reduce the need for eradication by holding those who illegally dump or those who graffiti areas accountable for their actions. This model uses a more balanced approach to delivering blight reduction and beautification services. Currently, 99.1% of all budgeted funds are directed towards eradication. To put it simply, we have mastered the process for picking up trash and painting over graffiti. We could not do this work without our many partners. First, thank you, Mayor Liccardo, for launching Beautify SJ. We have truly grown from the days of a small program to being a core service in the city. You may not know this, but you have participated in over 118 cleanups since the days of you as a council member. Next, this work would not get done without leadership from the top. Thank yous go to the city manager's office with a special shout out to Jim Shannon and Claudia Chang, the budget whisperers, Walter Lynn and Dave Mesa. Thank you for keeping our well-used fleet afloat, and every council office that has held a neighborhood cleanup, posted in their newsletters, attended and coordinated a dumpster day. Thank you. Our many neighborhood associations, nonprofit partners, and interagency partnerships that have continued to step up to help us fight blight, I thank you. Last but definitely not least, the work doesn't happen without great leadership. Cicerelli and Neal, they are our fearless PRNS leaders who have been engaged from day one on this work. And Andrea, my boss, has been in the trenches daily, and I thank you for that. Angel Rios, thank you for your support of these programs and always working to help us find innovative strategies to provide the best services to our neighborhoods. And to my BSJ team, none of this would be possible without you. To me, they are the true heroes, or as I like to call them, the Argonauts. Thank you for that, and Andrea and I are available for questions.
Thank you, Olympia, and you're also a hero too, so outstanding work. We're going to go to public comments.
Claire? Okay, Paul?
Yes, Paul Soto from the Horseshoe. I would like the speaker to clarify. She said that trash was removed from our waterways, and I wasn't sure if she was referencing the people, because they too have been extracted from the waterways. And so I'm not going to assume that the city, I'm not going to assume anything with this city. Okay, so I'd like some clarification if she meant the people or something else, because they too have been removed from the waterways. And this program of Beautify SJ was founded for that specific noted purpose. Oh yes, it was under the auspices that we're going to go in and we're just going to remove this blight. Yes, yes, gotta challenge and fight the blight. But I would also challenge this city. What have you done to alleviate the circumstances and conditions that created the blight in the first place? And I don't care what you say. Any road that you take in this conversation, it's going to lead back to the poverty that you were creating when you stated in your State of the Union address, the State of the City address in January of 2022, that your failures and your incompetence to alleviate the suffering and the poverty that exists in these waterways is on your head. It's on your policies. It's in your policies that you have failed. So accept responsibility for what's there, and not by creating this language that was like laughable. It was laughable and it was a joke. To hear this person's language that they use, a hero is someone that puts their life in danger and sacrifices their life for other people. And I doubt seriously that anybody has been anywhere near or close to the dangers that they experience every day living in poverty along these waterways. Thank you.
Back to the council.
Thank you. Councilmember Foley.
I just want to thank you for your report and your presentation. And Olympia, you're awesome. I really appreciate how you thanked everyone in your list of people who are working to help make the city clean. In the council office, we get comments all the time about trash and large items just dropped wherever. And we tell them, call San Jose 311, have your large trash items picked up. But the work that you do at Beautify San Jose is fabulous. Andrea, you have a great team. Everybody is doing a fabulous job. And I'm so glad that you're in the District 9 neighborhood. And I want to thank you for hosting 2 dumpster days in our neighborhood, too. I really appreciate that. So with that, I will move the report.
Second.
Second.
All right, it's been moved and seconded. Councilmember Mahan.
Thanks, Vice Mayor. I really appreciate the report and all the great work you guys have been doing. It feels like we are rounding the corner on some of these issues. I know it's been really tough. I wanted to ask, for the San Jose Bridge program, is that entirely related to encampment trash management, or do we extend that program to other kind of neighborhood blight related issues?
It is on the housing side of encampment management. The housing department manages that program now, and it is related to employing unhoused residents.
But have we thought about extending that program to graffiti abatement or other things that have nothing to do with trash related to encampments?
Yeah, Councilmember John Cicerelli, Director, Parks and Rec. They are also employed in the downtown area and have been for some time. So yeah, it's not just encampments. There's just general blight in other parts of the city.
Right. Okay. So there's opportunity to expand kind of what that program is addressing.
Yeah, there would be. We would have to put more funding to it, of course, but yeah.
Understood. Yeah, got it. And then on the question of cameras, sounds like we're seeing some impact there. I saw in the memo, I think it said something like it wouldn't be feasible to put cameras in all of the 180 hotspots. And then I saw a suggestion that maybe 10 more cameras would have more impact. I'd just like to learn more about what is the right number. And it seems to me cameras are relatively inexpensive as an intervention. Is that true or not? Tell me, I'd love to hear more.
We are trying to scale up on cameras, and we have been working. I want to thank and shout out Ed Ramirez, who's in the audience, been working very closely with procurement. So we're trying to get over some hurdles with procuring more cameras, purchasing them. And then what we're finding is we need the infrastructure, right, to place those cameras. So we do want to scale, and we do think we have a more robust report coming on that probably in the spring. But I think we're right at again, turning the corner on procurement and purchasing.
Great. And are we running into limitations around the enforcement side yet? Or is that, yes? Looks like I see a smile and a nod.
It's a
Or not?
combination,
Okay.
but I do think, and we've been working closely with Rachel Roberts, the deputy over code. We're talking about how we can work jointly together on trying to kind of look at what those barriers are and see how we can improve the enforcement side.
Great. Thanks. And then on free junk pickup, so that is, my understanding is that's exclusively residential at this point. Is that correct?
Yes, that's my understanding.
And okay, great. Do we have any hypothesis that it might be useful to try to extend that to small businesses, even if they had to pay a nominal fee? I mean, do we think that's part of that's contributing to the stream of illegally dumped materials we see in the city, or do we believe that's really just coming from the residential side, or haulers from out of the city?
That's unfortunately it's not a question we can really answer because it's an ESD program. So I don't know the nature of their contract with the haulers, and is it able to expand, or is there a ratepayer way to do it on the commercial side?
Yeah. Okay, that makes sense. Got it. And then just finally on graffiti, it seems to me it's totally anecdotal. It seems like at least I've witnessed in certain areas where there are public agencies that are not the city, graffiti that's repeatedly going up and often persisting for months. Curious what the latest is in terms of our efforts to try to better coordinate with them, get higher service levels from them, or get permission to do the work ourselves, or what's the status of graffiti on other public agency land?
So as you can imagine, our goal is really to abate most of our graffiti within 72 hours. Most of our interjurisdictional partners, that's not their current performance metric. I will say we work closely with Caltrans. They are aware of the graffiti. They're doing a much better job along our sound walls, on ramps, off ramps, but the signs have been, as you can imagine, they're much more intense to both remove the graffiti, and oftentimes the signs need to be replaced. There's a long lead time to get signs replaced. Most of the signs, I think now on 680, heading 680 north, are already on Caltrans list to be replaced. So we do continue to work with them to address that. Union Pacific Railroad, as they do large, what we call maintenance cleanup along their rail line, we do work with them to clean up graffiti. Just 2 weeks ago, we took down, I think, maybe 10 or 15,000 square feet. So we do continue to work with our interjurisdictional partners to address that. I will say that we are in the final negotiation with Caltrans to get a contract where we can do some of the work and they can reimburse the city. So I'm hoping that that allows us to address graffiti in a more, probably a timeline that our residents expect, but that'll be things that aren't signs on the freeways.
Or bridges.
Got it.
Or bridges.
Right, because those are more dangerous sites to clean.
Correct.
Got it. Well, really appreciate your efforts there. Just out of curiosity, when it comes to those signs that are repeatedly being tagged, does Caltrans, if we ask them, is there more they can do around prevention? I mean, I don't know exactly what that would look like, but some sort of better barrier to people who are climbing up on these signs?
Yes, so we have asked them about that from throughout the state of California, starting in the southern part of the state. They're removing that. There's like a stand up there and it looks very short, but it's actually about 5 feet long. So if you're a tagger, you can get up there and just kind of tag all night. They're starting to remove those across the state of California. They should be up this way in the next year and a half.
Oh, good. What
So
can
we're
we do
hoping
to
that
jump
that
the
starts to
line?
help.
Okay. Well, that's promising. All right. Well, thanks again for all your efforts and appreciate the report.
Thank you. Next is Councilmember Esparza.
Thank you. So first, just thank you. The team is amazing. I know the memo mentioned that, what is it, 1.8 million pounds has been picked up through dumpster days. I'm sure District 7 is a pretty good dent of that. And it's been really effective in pulling out big items from especially very dense neighborhoods, multifamily housing, places, in addition to those sort of nooks and crannies where people feel comfortable dumping. And so it has made a big difference. How are we working with the junk pickup for multifamily dwellings?
Council member, thank you for the question. That would be one that we'd need to direct to ESD because they manage the free junk pickup program for both single family homes and multifamily dwellings.
And so how is that coordination moving forward, right? Because if we call ESD, it can take quite some time. If someone puts it out on the street, it gets picked up faster, unfortunately.
So we have worked with ESD on that, and I think now that they understand some of the challenges that people are having, oftentimes we find when a person, let's say you buy a new couch, you kind of need to get rid of the old couch today. So my understanding is that people can make an appointment within 2 weeks for both those single family homes or multifamily dwellings. If people, some of the challenges we do have, quite honestly, is people may put their items out and then people add to the pile as they're waiting for the free junk pickup program. When that occurs, our illegal dumping team does work with ESD so that we can address it and make sure those items don't continue to just sit out.
For sure. No, I've seen that too, where it just attracts more and more because people don't know that the item has been left out to be picked up. They just think, oh, great, it's okay to dump here. So I've seen that as well. I do appreciate the coordination with ESD on the junk pickup and doing that within 2 weeks in really dense neighborhoods where parking and curb space is at a premium, where apartments, are packed with folks. The space to do that can be a challenge. And so it's no coincidence that when I look at the dumpster days in my office, the really, really dense ones, I mean, I think District 7 took 300,000 pounds of trash through dumpster days out of 7 trees. That's a lot, right? And so, and that includes, just a lot of these cases where folks are moving, they have to leave, or again, there are multiple families living in a home, whether it's an apartment or a house, and one family might be living in the home, and so it becomes a lot faster to dump it. And so it would be great to see us pilot something a little bit faster in those types of instances. I'm sure I'm not the only one that has experienced that. I'm sure my colleagues all have their examples as well. I also wanted to ask a question on the graffiti. The large murals have helped prevent graffiti on large surfaces, but there isn't a reduction overall, right? It's successful in reducing graffiti in that specific area, but we're still seeing it pop up. Are we looking at creating those community graffiti teams again, where we can empower community folks to go in and paint over graffiti themselves?
It's something we've been looking at. Some of our challenges, though, is we need to make sure that we custom match the paint to the surface that folks are painting over. So we do have some graffiti volunteers, and we're always looking for additional volunteers. So if you have folks, please send them our way, because we could use the help. We have a substantial amount of graffiti, and yes, the murals have been effective in where the mural is placed, but the graffiti tends to just migrate to a new location, unfortunately.
Okay, thank you. I also, before I stop, I just really, I also wanted to address the Caltrans. We have contracts with other agencies, Caltrans being one of them, where we're getting paid to go in and clean something up because frankly, we're faster and we're on the ground. And I guess this is a question for the city manager's office, are we holding meetings with or with those agencies to say, look, you guys need to ramp up, you know, your work because we have so much bandwidth at the city of San Jose. We need these other agencies to do this work. Are those talks being held?
Councilmember Esparza, this is Omar Passons with the City Manager's Office. Yeah, there's a range of ongoing conversations, including, frankly, even at the state level. So yeah, just trying to work through how we can partner across agencies to accelerate some of the delivery.
Yeah, I appreciate that. We do it because we're like can-do folks at the city. The fact is we are stretched all over, and I know the mayor has advocated a lot in some cases in Sacramento, but it really seems like because we want to get this work done, we take it on when it's really the responsibility of other agencies. And I think we're having to sort of balance that. And I think at some point we're going to reach our own limit. And anyway, that's all my questions. I just, again, wanted to say my thanks to the Beautify SGA team. The team is amazing. Olympia, thank you for your leadership. And I wanted to point out, some folks may not realize that how the relationship with Union Pacific has changed over time. We had to threaten to sue them, and now the relationship has going so well that I'm really impressed by the working relationship that we have with them. And I really think a lot of that is attributed to your leadership, Olympia. That's it for me. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. I appreciate very much the comments of Councilmember Esparza in recognizing leadership Olympia and Andrea and the entire team. The Union Pacific relationship has come a long, long way. I think also Caltrans as well, although I think we'd all love to see Caltrans doing more. But appreciate that a lot of work has been done in those partnerships to try to improve on the blight that we see. Also, really appreciate the shout out, Andrea, that you gave on outcomes, not just outputs. Really appreciate the emphasis. I guess the question I'd ask in general terms is, if we were I know you guys are measuring outcomes, you are looking at sort of qualitative, visually how we're doing on those. I guess it's roughly 180 sites that we've really focused a lot of our energies on. Can we say anything this year about whether we think, if we were to look at those scores on the outcomes, whether we're doing better than we were last year, or just how it looks? Is it getting better in those sites?
So in terms of when you're talking about our 180 sites with our clean streets, so we do have areas that are getting cleaner. I think our challenge is, once we get an area cleaner, our blight tends to migrate. So we clean up this street A, then it moves to street B, and that's been some of our challenge, is how do we design a system more effectively that once we clear up the blight, it just doesn't move, it's just gone, right? And really start to turn away from blight and truly beautification.
Yeah, I appreciate the magnitude of the challenge here, because you are playing a game of whack-a-mole with trash and blight and graffiti and all these things. As soon as you're successful in one area, it comes up somewhere else. So appreciate that measuring results is really hard here. Nonetheless, I hope, and maybe in future reports, we'll be able to see that, or the public can see that. Just so that they're aware about where we think we're seeing improvement and where we're not. I think it's just a good thing for us in terms of assessing resources and things like that. I had a question or two about the choice of investment among the 3 E's. I understand overwhelmingly all our dollars go into picking up trash, essentially. And more importantly, the time and energy of our people, that's the real resource that's most important. The fact that we're choosing to invest a small amount in education, 200,000, as opposed to, say, using that same money in enforcement, I wanted to ask about that because intuitively, I would think that, hey, if we could show we're coming down on more folks and we're getting more citations, and we use those as examples in social media and our communications on Nextdoor and so forth, then eventually people would get a very clear signal that, hey, San Jose's out there enforcing. So, you know, maybe there'll be more of a deterrent. And I know from the data that's presented at the end of the report, you know, maybe 35, 40 citations at most a year are being issued from ESD and code. And so can you explain why we wouldn't want to just take that $200,000 that you were throwing into education, instead put that into enforcement and see how we could increase the number of citations and communicate more about the enforcement we're doing?
Thank you, Mayor. This is Andrea. We are working very closely with, again, our code enforcement partners, and we are struggling with the vacancy rate. So we wouldn't, at this point in time, put more dollars into creating more vacancies. So we are trying to be pretty, I mean, we're actually, when we speak to neighborhoods, we're interested in trying to recruit for those positions. So we are, and we wholeheartedly believe in all three prongs, because we need the short-term eradication efforts. We absolutely need the consequences on the back end, but we really need to maintain and strengthen our education piece for the long run, right? I mean, I always say, whether it's teaching kids about fireworks danger or smoking danger, right? If we can make sure that our young people know that, you know, dad taking out whatever was in the backyard and dumping it on the corner, you know, that's not good for the neighborhood, right? So we need to continue to invest in both the prevention, the eradication, and really figure out how we can help on the enforcement end.
Okay. Thank you, Andrea. I appreciate that clarity. And is there something you think the council can do to help to enable you to have some significant enforcement effort here? Is this just about trying to, you know, make positions that are more attractive financially? Help me understand how we could help.
John Cicerelli, Mayor. Obviously, you pay people more, you're going to attract people more, but I would have to defer again to code enforcement about what they see as their major struggle in terms of hiring code enforcement officers. But I'm sure you've heard in other council meetings the results of them not having enough code enforcement officers. That's why right now we're just saying, for now, we need to be focused on something we can invest in, because we can't get a code enforcement officer right now. So I can't answer exactly what makes it more attractive or easier for them to hire, not being in that department.
Yeah, understood, John. Appreciate that. You know, the cameras seem to be effective, obviously within limited areas, and I know there are expenses there. But one thing that seems to be really cheap are probably broken cameras, or the cameras that you're not using. I think you mentioned that in the report that 3 of them are now past their life. And I'm just wondering, have we ever just thought of putting up decoyed cameras with signs that say, "Hey, no dumping," and we are videotaping, and whether we actually catch anybody on videotape or not is probably less important, because it's pretty darn hard to identify folks in video anyway. But just to have the cameras with some signage as a deterrent, is that something we've tried?
I think we have done quite a bit of signage, but we actually don't want to tell folks whether these cameras are operable or not.
Understood.
Yeah. So we have used signage around Columbus Park. We used that recently, and that was a deterrent. I know Olympia tells the Amato Road story very often. And sorry. Yeah. Oh, yes, and D4 along Mercado, I believe. So we are using that strategy. I believe we are ordering almost 100 signs. So you should be seeing more of the no dumping signs. Oh, excuse me, I missed a 0. 10,000 signs. So
Wow,
we are
okay.
going for sort of these low-cost deterrents. We are investing in those, and we'll let you know when you should be seeing those in the neighborhoods.
Okay, great. Thank you, and thanks for all of your hard work, your team's hard work, and thanks for all the energy, Olympia, Andrea, John, everybody. This is a really hard challenge to overcome. We know, and it's a huge challenge in lots of cities right now. So appreciate all the work you're doing.
All right, Councilmember Esparza.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. The mayor reminded me of a question about the education that we're developing on this. I know there's all sorts of reasons why we do things with one-time funding, but I just wanted to say I think that this is an area that it takes time. It takes time to develop methodology. It takes time to develop relationships. It takes time to analyze what works and to make and what doesn't, to make improvements to doing it, and then to see some results. I just wanted, are you looking at having a longer commitment to that, to presenting that as part of the budget process?
Yes, our plan is moving forward is to ask for ongoing funding to support our education and outreach efforts.
Awesome. Thank you. That's it for me, Vice Mayor.
Thank you. We have a motion and a second, and I don't see any other hands raised. So, Tony?
Jimenez,
Aye.
Peralez,
Yes.
Cohen,
Aye.
Carrasco,
Aye.
Davis,
Yes.
Esparza,
Yes.
Arenas, Foley,
Aye.
Mahan,
Aye.
Jones,
Aye.
Locardo.
Aye.
All right, motion passes. Next is item 8.1, Downtown Residential High Rise Program. And we have a presentation.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. My name is Nancy Klein, Office of Economic Development, and I'm here with Jared Ferguson and Rachel Vanderveen, Rosalind Huey, and Jackie Ferran Morales is in the audience here to share information about the high-rise incentive program and answer any questions you may have. The high-rise item before you today was discussed in part during the recent council study session on cost of development. And basically, the information pointed out that the economic environment is challenging for building housing, to say the least. And that in this near term, we mentioned there are a handful of projects that are working hard to proceed, and it is critical that we extend the existing program to the staff recommended period of time. I also wanted to note one other thing. Staff worked and looked closely at the memos or the letters from public, in particular the letter from Working Partnerships, and staff is very committed to always looking at how we can further the goal of getting more housing and more affordable housing. I just wanted to mention that Working Partnerships memo referenced 5 items from the Turner report. And those 5 items to go after, as opposed to other items, whether they be incentives, were maximizing height, increasing density, minimizing parking requirements or setback requirements, and providing a streamlined process. And I just want to remind that council has taken action, and all of those things are in place in the downtown. So we very much agree with the recommendations. And unfortunately, even though those all are in place, financing high-rise remains very challenging. And with that, I'll turn this to Jared Ferguson.
Thanks, Nancy. So the current downtown residential high-rise program was approved by the City Council in 2019, and it currently includes a reduction to $0 the inclusionary housing ordinance in lieu fee. Projects must be completed by June 30th of 2025. Projects also must obtain their building permit by June 30th of 2023. So with the timelines of high-rise development, the window is really closed at this point for projects not currently under construction. The current program also contains a reduction, 50% reduction in the construction taxes. In 2020, the council gave staff direction to look at the future of the program. And so, as Nancy mentioned, to do this, we looked at a hypothetical high-rise development in our cost of development report. We looked at 3 scenarios: a situation with no tax or fee waiver given, a scenario with the current tax and fee waiver given, and then a new scenario looking at 5% of the units built at moderate income. All the scenarios were found to be infeasible, and the no waiver scenario, however, increases the feasibility gap by $63,000 per unit. Total unit costs also increased by about 7%. And as Nancy mentioned, so the analysis is a hypothetical example of development. Specific projects can have unique circumstances that would allow them to move forward in the current environment. And so we have a group of projects that are approved or nearing approval that we think might be able to move forward in the near term. And these projects are currently assuming the current fee levels in their fee amounts. And so while the environment is challenging, staff really believes it's important not to increase costs on these projects at this time. So based on this and the findings of the report, we are recommending extending the current program. And what we're proposing is the extension be in 2 phases. The first phase is a 2.5-year extension of the current program. So the projects would need to be started by June 30th of 2025 and then completed by June 30th of 2029. And those projects would receive the $0 inclusionary housing ordinance in lieu fee and the 50% reduction in taxes. And then starting for projects that start construction starting July 1st of 2025, those would be required to build 5% of the units at moderate income. And with that, that concludes our staff presentation.
And we're available for any questions council might have.
Thank you. We'll go to public comments.
Blair, followed by Gary. Gary, you can come on down and line up. Go ahead, Blair.
Hi, Blair Beekman here. Thanks for the item. It's such an interesting connected agenda today. I was really hoping this sort of item could have connected well to the downtown, future downtown planning issues and the concepts of parking and how parking would be fitting into the future of all these downtown high-rise programs. I think you have some really ambitious goals for the future of parking, and good luck how to address that and how this fits into this program. What another nice connection on today's agenda, that this item and the upcoming items will be talking about how can we address homeless issues with housing, and how this sort of item, I hope, can be a really good example of how it can help our unhoused situation, and that we're always can be open to good ideas and as Governor Newsom at this time is questioning our use of unhoused funding. It's these sort of practices that I hope we can well address, and that we don't have to fear wanting to address housing for low-income people. Mixed income is an important concept in this. Flexibility, understanding flexibility is important, and that's not, it doesn't have to be serving just the elite. It is really how to be giving, and we can, I hope we can move past the world of just simply thinking of market rate housing as everything. Just some of my thoughts in this really interesting item and its connections with the upcoming items. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hello, my name is Gary Dillabo, and I'm a local developer. I just wanted to try to make the point that, you know, these have been very difficult times when it comes to development community, obviously with COVID and now with the financial market. But that being said, you know, we've tried to stay the course that we think is important here. It's not necessarily always fluctuating with the market, but putting a plan in place. And, you know, since 2020, we have 9 architects who've been working on a number of various projects. 4 of those have been entitled, and we have a few more lined up. Our belief is that residential is going to be critical to continue this momentum. And so our belief is that at this point in time, given all the uncertainties in the marketplace, but still having the conviction to move forward, that with this incentive in place until 2025, it'll allow us to get a number of these projects through the process. We really are trying not to waver at all, but we need the support at this point in time.
Thank you. David Beanie.
Thank you. Mayor and City Council members, my name is David Beanie, and I represent over 35,000 members of the Santa Clara and San Benito Counties Building and Construction Trades Council. In 2018, I met with Mayor Liccardo a number of times to discuss working conditions and labor standards relating to construction workers. Several others were engaged in these conversations, including city officials, developers, city contracted legal teams, and worker representatives and advocates from the South Bay Labor Council, Working Partnerships USA, and several other unions. As a result of these discussions, it was agreed that when developers choose to build high-rise residential towers in downtown San Jose, they will either pay their fair share of construction fees that support San Jose's affordable housing concerns, parks, and infrastructure, or they will incorporate labor standards that benefit our community. Unfortunately, the city later chose to use a loophole to avoid honoring its commitment. And today, the City Council is asked to extend that loophole and once again give developers fee breaks without also giving workers the agreed to labor standards. Today, the city is asked to not only expand the giveaway to developers, but also to tell local construction workers that the elected mayor and City Council of San Jose is okay with substandard wages and working conditions on these projects that are receiving millions of dollars in fee breaks. Fee break is a failed policy that has had no verifiable effect on production. Why would we continue a failed policy that disadvantages our workforce and does nothing to support the workers, these workers that we are expecting to build our communities? On behalf of the Building Trades Council and its affiliated unions and the members, I urge you to reject this failed policy. Thank you.
Nate LeBlanc.
Good afternoon, councilors, mayor, staff. Thank you for hearing us on this issue. My name is Nate LeBlanc. I'm the business development manager of the San Jose Downtown Association. Today, speaking on behalf of the association. Honestly, I just have to keep this really short because I'm also in a BART CWG meeting that's happening concurrently. So I just want to say thank you for hearing this. Thank you, Jared, for holding stakeholder meetings where we were able to get our feedback across, and we would like you to please accept the staff recommendation today and move this forward so that we can continue with our project of urbanizing downtown. Thank you for your time.
Lewis.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and City Council. My name is Louis Morante. I'm Vice President of Public Policy for the Bay Area Council. I'm here to support staff's recommendation and the comments about the current development market. The increase in interest rates and soaring construction costs has really challenged our whole region's ability to build housing. Just as an example, I was meeting with some of our members, developers who developed in San Francisco, who are pulling out of San Francisco entirely. Despite the incredibly high rents in our region, the costs to develop are just still much too high to justify building. This program and this extension have been and will be an incredibly effective way to incentivize the housing production that our region needs. Housing production, I'll note, in the places that we need it to meet our states and regions increasingly urgent climate goals. I strongly urge you to support staff's recommendation today and continue the work that we need to do of building housing in our region. Thanks.
Alex?
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. My name is Alex Carball, and I'm with the IBEW Local 332 here in San Jose, California. You know, back in 2018, the City Council did take action on this item to allow high-rise development to receive subsidies that created a loophole to basically circumvent labor standards that we have all agreed to here at the council with the stakeholders of our community over this last decade. And it's incredibly telling that we're just 5 years out from when we had a serious human trafficking issue with downtown high-rise construction at Silvery Towers, which was a project that did receive this subsidy. And while those 24 workers were being forced to work for free and imprisoned at night in a shipping container, it was a very big issue for many of the folks sitting on this dais to say, hey, this is not something we can allow to happen. This is something we have to stop. But here we are now talking about extending this subsidy once again for developers while they are still not giving back to our community and still not making the workers of this region whole after such a disgusting incident. I strongly urge the council to say no and push back against this staff recommendation because it is not good for our city, it is not good for construction, and it is not good for housing across our region. Thank you.
Fred?
Hello, Fred Buzo, San Jose Director for Spur. Yeah, we wanted to voice our support for continuation, the extension of this incentive program. But Spur continues to have concerns about the long-term effects of the program. While we understand that the current need, given the state of downtown, given the effect that the pandemic has had on downtown, the massive sales tax decrease downtown, it is super imperative that we double down on building more residential. However, there are impacts that have to be assessed, they have to be studied, and I would encourage staff to do that in the near future, because as we emerge in this post-pandemic world, I think there are ways that we can better strategize in order to create even more opportunities to build residential downtown and the amenities that everyone in downtown and in San Jose deserve. And you can't do that if you continuously cut fees. So while I understand the need to do it now, would love to see an assessment on its past impacts, or whether or not it's had its intended impact, and also future strategizing around incentivizing residential development downtown. Thank you.
Erica Valentine?
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. My name is Erica Valentine. I'm with UA Local 393, which represents over 3,100 plumbers, pipe fitters, steam fitters, and HVACR technicians in Santa Clara and San Benito County. I'm here today to share our concerns about the construction projects in San Jose, California, and the continuation of this policy. We hear that developers complain that they can't find enough skilled and trained workers. That has been a highlight and a paramount point made by numerous politicians in San Jose regarding the development. Well, policies like this are telling skilled construction workers they are not worth anything in this city, that their skilled and trained time and apprenticeship program is not valued. The failure of low road builders and real estate developers to invest in the local workforce leads to workforce shortages. In the long term, this ends up harming our local community and driving up costs for everyone. Today, I'm asking that you vote for job standards, which is why I'm asking you to vote no on extending this failed subsidy program. Today is your opportunity to lead by putting a pause on a program that has not gained anything for our city. Thank you for your time.
Mundo?
Good afternoon, everyone. Mayor, City Council. My name is Edmundo Escarcega, and I'm with the Plumbers, Steam Fitters, and HVACR Service Technicians Union, Local 393. We're over 3,100 members living throughout Santa Clara and San Benito counties, many that still live here in San Jose. I'm here to share our concerns about San Jose's construction projects. It's been 5 years since the human trafficking of construction workers at Silvery Towers was brought to light. This project was one that received a subsidy and lots of other city support, while dozens of workers were forced to work during the day, then imprisoned at night in a shipping container. All of this in our great city. And still, wage theft continues to be rampant in our city, in our city's construction industry, and even after this horrible event. San Jose needs to make sure that all projects have standards. Subsidies for market rate downtown high-rise developers are not the solution to this generational problem. San Jose's leaders need to address job standards to protect workers on the job site. Let's work together on real housing solutions that will help our families and our communities be able to stay here in San Jose. Thank you.
Brian?
Hi, good afternoon, Mayor and Council. My name is Brian Pores, and I'm with UA Local 393, representing over 3,100 plumbers, pipe fitters, steam fitters, and HVACR service technicians in Santa Clara and San Benito County. I'm here today to share my concern about the construction projects in San Jose, California. In 2018, City Council voted to require wage standards and apprenticeship opportunities for any project that requested development subsidies. This vote became codified in San Jose. However, it contained a loophole that allowed exemptions to some projects. Today, a vote of yes would expand that loophole to exempt even more projects from complying with labor standards. This is why I am asking you to vote no today. Let's work together on real housing solutions that will help our working families and communities be able to stay here in San Jose, and hopefully we can all thrive together. Thank you very much for your time and consideration.
Louise Auerhahn?
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mayor, Council members. Louise Auerhahn Partnership. The subsidy that you're considering today for downtown high-rise developers has quite a history. It was first pitched as a temporary stimulus to help jumpstart downtown development because of the effects of the Great Recession. Yeah, this stimulus started in 2007. And since then, it's been extended over and over and over again. Occasional tweaks, but with the same focus. Every time it's promised, this is just temporary. This is because of market conditions will make up for all the impacts later. So we've been trying the same approach over and over again, putting more and more into these subsidies without asking anything in return for our workers or for our affordable housing. And at this point, I think we have to say this doesn't seem to be working. We need to look at other approaches. We need to step back and see what are the actual impacts that this has had. What are other approaches that could be more effective just for development that is inclusive in all of the communities? But that said, I'm here to ask you today to support the Cohen-Jimenez memo because I believe it's the best compromise on the table at this point. I continue to be concerned that even as a compromise, it's overly broad. 2,383 market rate units, 0 affordable housing, and expected to be built all by workers willing to accept substandard wages. I have concerns about what that is going to do to my neighborhood of downtown. But it is at least short of the 10-year extension that the second half of, and I believe this compromise over this time. I hope that we'll be able to come back and have a more comprehensive discussion about how we can build a downtown that really is for us. Thank you.
Oscar?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you, Tony. Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. My name is Oscar Castro, Director of Housing and Transportation Justice at Working Partnerships USA. I'd like to reaffirm the comments made by a few partners here expressing their concerns with further extension of this program. As we look to propose solutions to address obstacles to construction, there must also be a form of accountability in place that San Jose is continuing to meet their housing goals of all income levels. There are real concerns that further extending this incentive may compromise our ability to do so. Imbalanced production of housing at the sake of deeper levels of affordability will only result in further income inequality and further heighten the risk of displacement that has taken place throughout the city. Over the past few weeks, we've had the ability to discuss this issue through a cost of development study, and now here before you all this afternoon. And through that process, we continue to see that there's many questions that remain, and how there may be value in taking more time and looking at a more comprehensive set of solutions to many of these obstacles we as a city are currently facing. With that being said, I would like to express my support for the memo put forth by Council Members Cohen and Jimenez. That does go a long way in ensuring that we aren't doing too much to adversely impact our ability to generate revenue for affordable housing. So thank you very much for the opportunity to provide comment. We look forward to the opportunity to further discuss and contemplate solutions on this matter. Thank you.
Vince?
Good evening, Council. Vince Rocha, Vice President of Housing and Community Development with the Silicon Valley Leadership Group. You know, as you recently heard in the cost of development study session, creating longer term certainty in city policies will allow for housing developers to better plan their efforts to create new homes. And extending this program will do just that. The economics of construction have had numerous challenges in the past few years, from supply chain cost shortages to the shifting interest rate and lending environment. By once again committing to a policy that says San Jose is ready and willing to partner on bringing housing to downtown, you can reduce at least one variable of uncertainty that will help projects move forward. And when you bring housing downtown, you're going to create not only more 24-hour vibrancy in the area, ensuring that businesses can thrive, but we're also going to have access to significant transit investments we're making and job creation, and a housing policy that maximizes the creation of the most homes downtown is also good for the economy, but also the community in reducing displacement. You know, those new jobs have to sleep at night somewhere, and you can't increase our job creation without hand in hand creating housing. And that's so important. So let's make sure we create that certainty so that housing developers can create the housing we need where we need it in downtown. Thank you.
Paul Ring?
Hello, thank you, Mayor and Council. This is Paul Ring, Housing Advocate with Urban Catalyst. I appreciate and support staff's recommendation to extend the existing program with thoughtful provisions that address the past and foreseen market so that we can get as much housing stock built as possible. The policy ensures that high-density housing gets added in large chunks, which leads to a massive amount of Measure E funding for affordable housing, just by making sure that those projects get out of the ground. We support all of staff's recommendation, including the thoughtful inclusion of affordable housing, and including a 5% on-site provision. As a reminder, the only high-rise residential projects that have been delivered over the past 3 decades have been with this similar program. When this program lapsed, nothing was built. When this program works, it gets project financed, period, end of story. It also sends a message to both the capital markets and the competing projects in neighboring cities that San Jose is committed to being competitive and committed to housing for all. Thank you for your time and consideration to support more housing.
Eric?
Yeah, good evening. This is Eric Schoenauer, and I encourage you to support staff recommendation. When considering this policy, it's important to know the history of how we got to this point. Back when Council Member Chavez was the downtown council member, Cindy Chavez went on a study mission with the Chamber of Commerce to the city of Vancouver, British Columbia. The San Jose delegation saw dozens and dozens of new high-rise residential towers in Vancouver. And when the delegation returned, the group contemplated how can we get the same type of residential development in San Jose. So Cindy Chavez proposed an incentive program to get high-rise development going, and it was successful. The first wave of new towers was City View, Access, 360 Residence, and the 88. 4 towers got built under that incentive program. And then as the program was extended, we got One South Market and the Centera Towers, and ultimately Silvery Towers, and acknowledged that they had their problems that were unacceptable. So the fact is that the program has worked, and nothing has changed since then in terms of San Jose's disadvantage in building high-rise development. We suffer from 2 circumstances that no other city in America have. Number one, we have the highest construction costs in the world after Tokyo, second highest construction costs in the world after Tokyo. And second, we have a downtown that has a height restriction due to the airport, which makes us build at a very inefficient height of roughly 20 to 25 stories. So for those reasons, the incentive needs to stay in place or we will have no new housing downtown. Thank you.
Ally?
Hi, my name is Allie Saperman. I'm here on behalf of the Housing Action Coalition, a member-supported nonprofit that advocates for creating more housing for residents of all income levels to alleviate the Bay Area and California's housing shortage, displacement, and affordability crisis. And in order to continue and further that work, I'm speaking in support of the staff recommendation today. It's really important that we move more housing forward and not delay them any further. And I hope that the council continues to study this in the future to make sure that we have the best kinds of standards for San Jose, but that we do not slow down housing. Thank you.
Ruthie?
Am I unmuted now?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Ruth Callahan, I'm a single family homeowner. I'm not representing anyone, but last week when we had the cost of residential housing presentation, the developers, the same set of presenters today said that the total unit costs for impact fees and taxes range from 5.5% to 10.2%. I just have one question. If you eliminate these fees and you're driving the height, one of the other things that was made clear in last week's presentation was that a 5-story building is faster, modular construction can be done, it costs less to build, and it can go up faster. So higher and more dense is not practical in this environment. So my question is, if you take all these in lieu fees out, who is actually going to pay for, in our neighborhood, a $19 million construction at 10%, because it's 7 stories, is going to be $1.9 million worth of fees and taxes you won't get. And I just want to know who's going to pay for that, because the single family homeowner seems to get stuck with the bill, and we're running out of money. We don't have any money either. So please answer the question. If you eliminate these fees and keep raising the height and make it more difficult to build, where's the common sense? Where's the practicality in that? And I'd like to know who will pay these fees. Thank you kindly.
Paul Soto?
Yes, Paul Soto from the Horseshoe. One of the things that I'd like to point out is that 400,000 people have been slated, and a councilman earlier today in previous items alluded to it, but he wouldn't say the number. Okay, 400,000 people, and this is fact, and no one can challenge me. I dare someone to try to call me a liar because it's a fact. 400,000 people have been planned to come into the city of San Jose by 2040, which means that is who these high rises are going to accommodate. The mayor also stated that the housing crisis was created by him and that anybody in the streets is not accountable for that. Okay, so this council from 2016 until today has met 95 to 115% of market rate housing. At the same time period, 2016 till today, have never broken a threshold of 25% of ELI, VLI. So by doing the math, you can see that there needs to be a cap on high-rise housing. They cannot be allowed. In fact, I want the taxes higher. I want the taxes increased on the amount that developers come to my city and destroy it, because that's what they're doing. Because right now we're just talking words. These are just words. It's just rhetoric. We haven't seen the changes concretely occur. Once they do, once those changes start concretely occurring, you're going to see the poverty creation that's going to happen as a result of it. But none of these council members is going to be accountable to it because they're already going to be out of office. So you need to start, the people need to start challenging them. And the way that you do it is absolutely not, don't you dare pass this. They owe money. I want Gary Dillabo's money. I want Eric Hayden's money because they flee.
Events.
Yes, I'm sorry. This is Matthew Reed, Director of Policy at Silicon Valley at Home. We just have a brief comment on this item. Clearly the goal for the city is to make sure that we have high density residential opportunities integrated into our downtown. And that means committing to figure out how to make that feasible. In the cost of development study last week, it was very clear that these fees are not what's standing between projects moving forward or not. However, there is clearly a challenge, and it makes no sense to be collecting fees at a time when people can't pay them, because you're not going to collect them. Our principle has always been that the ideal is that we figure out ways of creating a downtown and housing opportunities that are available to all. In this moment, it's a very difficult time for development. It has been a difficult time for development. However, it's always important to recognize that the goal is to have an integrated downtown and to be really conscious of when we're making long-term policies that preclude some of the tools that we would have to take advantage of that. So to the extent that this is targeted to try to figure out how to move projects that are in process forward, that seems like a really important step to take. To the extent that this is a long-term policy decision, I don't think that's the intent. In a moment of tremendous uncertainty, we think it's important that there be a continued commitment to the idea that we can include people of all incomes in our downtown. Thanks.
Back to the council.
Thank you. Councilmember Perales.
Yeah, thank you very much, Vice Mayor. And thank you, staff, for the presentation and more importantly, the work. We had this discussion with the feasibility of developing housing in San Jose a couple weeks ago, and certainly this ties right along in with that. We've had this program in place for some time now, and I think that it has helped to spur, not enough, quite frankly, but it has helped to spur development and at least the plans for development of high-rise in downtown. And I think we are, well, I know we were on the verge right before the pandemic, and I think we're going to be on the verge again of actually seeing some of these projects come to fruition. We had a number of those investors and developers that spoke up in public comment. I think they're here because they want to be able to break ground and move forward on their projects. We know the benefit of dense high-rise housing in downtown, the benefit that that has on our community as a whole, and being able to provide housing in a small footprint, not having a drain or a strain on our public utilities or public services. And quite frankly, we're going to need a lot more of it if we are going to address the housing crisis. And that's our hope. It's been our hope. We've seen slow growth, but I think we have on the horizon, and I thank staff for the presentation to show the pipeline projects that we have and a potential of over 2,000 units. I can tell you from working with these developers, these are real projects that there isn't a real interest to want to move forward on them. And quite frankly, as we are rounding out the end of this current incentive timeline, if we don't do something now, the likelihood would be very few, or my guess would be none at all, of these projects would move forward, and we'd have some that may sit with entitlements, but they likely wouldn't break ground. And for that, I do feel that it is important that we do extend the program. I wanted to see if staff can pull up this slide 5 from the slideshow. So this just sort of summarizes, I think, what might have been a little bit harder to word in a memo because of the way that the staff memo direction was written out, but it summarizes, I think, the recommendation that Councilmember Jimenez and Cohen, and as well, and the follow-up member from Councilmember Cohen puts into place. And that's this phase one, essentially. Phase one, continuing our current downtown high-rise incentive program, extending the building permit deadline to 2 years out by 2025, June 30th, and then extending the certificate of occupancy out 4 years to June 30th, 2029, and maintaining, again, the status quo of the same program, zero in lieu fee, maintain the downtown planned growth area as the boundaries, and then a 50% reduction on the construction taxes, which was in the supplemental memo from Councilmember Cohen. Phase two is above and beyond that now. And in my mind, I look at that as a new program, not necessarily phase two. If anything, we're in, I don't know, phase three already, and it's a next iteration of the program. I appreciate staff's inclusion of an inclusionary requirement to try and actually address the fact that, yeah, we're not getting much to the tune of affordable housing on these market rate developments. And if we could get something out of them, then the better. And I think we've heard from some of the development community that they're comfortable with that, right? That these are bars that they believe they could hit. And so I would agree with that. I wouldn't be against that. The continuation of the reduction and being able to keep this program in place, I would agree with as well. What I don't necessarily agree with is that there's an urgency to make this decision today, and especially with a new council, a set of 6 new council members likely coming into office next year. I think that this decision could be taken up a year from now after the next feasibility analysis and study is concluded. And then at that point, what would be essentially half of a new council can make a decision what the future looks like. I would not recommend that we wait 2 years, kind of what we're doing now, wait till we only have a 6-month runway. I do think that would harm the opportunity that we have to actually get development to move forward. So I would recommend that the council take up that decision next year. I know that Councilmember Cohen and Jimenez did not put a timeline in their initial memo. They did mention pending a more comprehensive analysis. And so I want to be able to move their memo and Councilmember Cohen's supplemental, and I wanted to be able to just clarify that could be something that we include in the recommendation specifically, that this gets taken up next year in line with the feasibility analysis. So I'll ask that of either Councilmember Cohen or Jimenez.
You just made a motion and I'll second it.
Okay, so you're fine including that then, great. So to clarify then, that motion includes both memos from Councilmember Cohen and Jimenez and the supplemental, which included them already. But just specifies that what you look at on the screen, what is phase 2 denoted here, that decision will be held off until a year from now, when doesn't necessarily have to be a year from now, but the feasibility analysis will be concluded next year. And when that is concluded and brought back to the council, then I believe the council can make that decision at that point. Thanks.
All right, we have a motion and a second, and Councilmember Cohen.
Councilmember Perales must have my notes in front of him because he said almost everything I would have said. So I won't say much more except to say that 2 weeks ago, I raised the concerns about making this decision right in the middle of the worst economic moment, and that I think it's better for us to wait and see how things play out in the next 6 months or year. I was going to comment that we ought to bring this back sooner rather than later. I mean, I appreciate the specificity of that. It occurred to me that the reason that we feel this pressure right now is because we waited until within 6 months of expiration, and we feel like, well, we got to do this. And I fully appreciate the need for certainty for the 8 projects out there. So let's avoid that next time. Let's not wait until 6 months before it expires and be having this conversation then. Let's do it so that we can provide some certainty but also have the time to look at economic conditions and all the possible levers that we have control over and bring that back to council. So that's all I'll say, and I appreciate the motion. Thank you.
All right, Councilmember Davis.
Thank you. Nancy, correct me if I'm wrong, but didn't we wait to do the feasibility study because otherwise we would have done it in the middle of the pandemic? So that's why we're coming back when we're coming back, right?
That's correct.
Thank you. How much do we pay to do these feasibility studies?
They fall in the range of $50,000 to $100,000, and we believe that if we do this next year, it wouldn't be new but updated.
So it would be on the low end? Yeah. Okay. Thank you. That's all for my questions.
Thank you. Mayor?
Yeah, I'm happy to support the motion. I would just point out, we've been at this for more than 15 years, and the conditions haven't changed. This isn't just about a moment in time when the economy is challenging. These projects rarely pencil out. And if all goes well, we might get another one or two out of the ground based on what our past experience has been. We haven't had a single one of these break ground since 2017. We're in what has been the most explosive real estate development market in Silicon Valley history. And, we have, I can remember having these conversations with one state senator from LA, who I know that Councilmember Crosco knows well, who opined, where are all the cranes in the air? You go to Seattle, LA, all these other cities, and you see a lot of cranes in the air. We just don't have them, and it's for all the reasons that Eric Schoenauer mentioned. These are chronic realities. We have a very low height limit. We have a very high water table. We have very high construction costs, and those haven't changed in 2 decades, and they're not going to change. So I'm happy to continue doing this, but I think we have to recognize at some point that this is just a chronic reality of trying to build high-rise housing, which is very, very difficult to do. There are lots of cities across the country that actually do subsidize the construction. They don't just cut fees like we propose. They actually put public money into these high rises, which I have never proposed. I've never suggested, never recommended. The most we've ever come close to is simply cutting fees. And I know it strikes it rubs some folks the wrong way and rubs nerves because we're reducing fees. Well, the option is we just don't see stuff get built. And we know exactly what that looks like because we can look back over the last 15 years and see how rare it is that anything gets built. Eric Schoenauer mentioned the first 4 towers that were so successfully launched when we started this effort. It was proposed by then council member Chavez, ultimately voted on by the council after she left. But of those 4 towers that broke ground, 2 of them went into bankruptcy because it turns out that this is really, really hard. So I just think, look, we can pick any year. It doesn't really matter. The reality is it's still going to be incredibly hard. And the best we can do is cut fees and hope that 1 or 2 projects will be able to catch lightning in a bottle because maybe they have pension fund financing that enables them to have lower costs, financing, for example, or maybe they're using a new construction type. That's the only way we're going to get these built. And I think at some point, hopefully this council is going to come around to the view that, look, just extending these time and time again is probably an empty exercise. We should just recognize this is where our downtown is until things change dramatically economically here. And, maybe that happens with the Google campus a decade from now. Maybe all that changes economically, but in the meantime, we're still pretty much in the same situation. So I don't think it's going to be different next year or the following year, but let's keep approving these and hopefully folks will have the confidence to build here. One quick question. I don't know if Jared or anybody else is there that could answer this, but just wanted to ask the question of how many of these projects are currently entitled in downtown. I'm guessing the number is somewhere north of 20.
It's actually a little over 5,700 units that we have in either near approval or approved.
That's 5,700 apartments or units. Is that right?
Oh, how many buildings or how many units? Sorry.
Yeah. Either one's fine. It sounds like it's a lot.
That's the number of units. Sorry.
Yeah.
5,700, a little over 5,700 units.
So I'm just doing the back of the envelope math, and that sounds like a lot more than 20 buildings. So it's a lot of buildings. So it's fair to say, I think, that the problem is not the planning department. I mean, for those who, I saw the letter with recommendations about all the things that planning can do to move these things more quickly. Look, we've got a lot of challenges in planning and building. There's no question about that, but that's not what's holding up high rises. The high rises are entitled. They're sitting around, they're waiting for financing, and they can't get anybody to lend money or to invest to actually break ground for a simple reason: they don't pencil. And I think searching for other solutions, we can certainly do that. But when you have 5,700 units literally sitting on the sideline, that should be a pretty clear indication the problem isn't with entitlements. The entitlements are there. Anyway, thanks.
Thank you. And I don't see any other hands raised or request to speak, so we have a motion and a second. Tony?
Jimenez,
Aye.
Morales,
Yes.
Cohen,
Aye.
Crosco,
Aye.
Davis,
Yes.
Esparza,
Yes.
Arenas, Foley,
Aye.
Mahan,
Aye.
Jones,
Aye.
Ricardo.
Aye.
Thank you.
Next is item 8.2, Housing Crisis Work Plan, and that will be heard concurrently with item 8.3, maximizing affordable homes within projects receiving city financing, but voted on separately. And we have a presentation.
Thank you. Jared Ferguson, Housing Catalyst with the Office of Economic Development and Cultural Affairs. I'm here with Rachel Vanderveen, the Deputy Director of Housing, and also Michael Brio, Deputy Director of Planning, Building, and Code Enforcement. And we're here to provide you with the final update on our housing crisis work plan. So the council first approved the work plan in 2018, and since then we've completed 23 work items to facilitate housing production. This included work to increase residential capacity, included updating our downtown strategy, allowing for housing and business corridors, and also a lot of work to allow for additional housing in North San Jose. We've also done work around facilitating affordable housing. The council adopted the commercial linkage fee. We've done updates to our inclusionary housing ordinance, parks fee credit for moderate income housing, satisfying the inclusionary housing ordinance, and also remove the commercial space requirements for affordable housing. The work plan is intended to run through until 2023 with a goal of 25,000 housing units approved, under construction, or completed. With over 18,000 units, we've approved, completed, or under construction for market rate. We have achieved the market rate goal. We have fallen short of our affordable goal with just over 4,000 units of affordable. So we know that there's more work to do moving into 2023. And so with that being said, our recommendation is to transition to a new, what we're calling the Housing Catalyst Team Work Plan. And so with our housing crisis work plan, we had a 25,000 housing unit goal, and we had reports twice a year to the Community Economic Development Committee and to the City Council. Early on in the work plan, we established the Housing Catalyst team, and this was an interdepartmental team focused primarily on housing production. And the work plan has also been a unified place for tracking all of our housing policies and programs, a place where we can show the public and council all the individual work items that we're working on at once to advance housing production. And so moving into 2023, we would like the Housing Catalyst work plan to be very closely aligned with our housing element update. The Regional Housing Needs Allocation Unit Goal will serve as our new unit goal for this work plan, and we are proposing annual reporting aligned with our regular reports on the housing element. And we would continue to have the interdepartmental team focused on housing production, and given the alignment with the housing element, we would also focus on housing protection and preservation as well. And the work plan would continue to be a unified location for our near-term policies, programs, and strategies that we're working on. And so the idea is that as staff starts working on individual work items within the housing element, those work items would be moved on to the Housing Catalyst work plan.
For the past 4 years, the Housing Department has sized funding commitments based on $125,000 per unit. We were able to hold this amount constant due to the county's investment of Measure A funds in the majority of affordable housing developments funded by our city. We have now come to a time where developments seeking funding have approached the county and have been turned away due to the depletion of Measure A funds. In response to this new reality, the city approached the county to try and understand what the average subsidy has been that the county has been investing in these developments. And the county has averaged $200,000 per unit in their subsidies. So our recommendation today is that the city increase its per unit contribution from $125,000 to $325,000 to provide the level of funding necessary to move new development forward. This recommendation is both a response to the increased cost of development and also the depletion of Measure A funds. I'd also like to add, we believe that moving forward, as developments are funded only by the city, that the time spent negotiating terms with both the city and county will be decreased, streamlining the financing process for our affordable housing developers. Next slide. Item 8.3, which is a recommendation to maximize affordable homes within projects receiving financing, authored by Mayor Liccardo, Vice Mayor Jones, and Councilmember Crosco, is also being considered today. The recommended policy would prioritize funding for affordable housing developments that maximize the number of homes within the development. Additionally, if the unit count for a proposed development was reduced, that development would be deprioritized for city funding. If the city council were to take action today, this policy would be incorporated into the city's underwriting guidelines, which are used to implement policy tied to funding of affordable housing development. As staff, we take every opportunity to bring affordable housing into our community seriously. These buildings will be a part of our neighborhoods for 50 years or more. We know that we need as many units as possible and do not want to look back into time and regret decisions made to reduce the number of homes at the time of development. An example that we wanted to highlight today is the Ohlone Chenoweth affordable housing development pictured here. At the time of development, the community raised concerns regarding the number of units on this site. So the developer reduced the number of units, and now we have a 2-story building sitting on a light rail station. Unfortunately, we have to live with this decision for years to come. The long-term impacts of reducing the number of affordable homes must be considered in response to the short-term concerns of our community. Next slide.
I'm just going to go over some of the items that we are going to be doing or proposing to do as part of the Housing Catalyst team as we transition. Obviously, one of them we've been talking to a lot in the last year, and that is the housing element update for the 2023 to 2031 cycle. That's really a heavy lift that Housing and Planning are working on collaboratively, and we'll be bringing that draft housing element for your consideration in the spring of next year. The other work item that we have on deck to move forward with is proposals to temporarily suspend construction taxes for affordable housing. Affordable housing is having a lot of challenges we know about, from increased interest rates as well as the ever increasing cost of construction. So we're proposing to help get these projects, get the shovels in the ground by temporarily suspending the construction taxes for these affordable projects. The other one is a change to our zoning code we're proposing to move forward with, which is to allow 100% affordable housing projects to go through a site development permit process. Currently, the process is a special use permit process, in some cases a conditional use permit process. And so we're proposing to reduce the permitting process requirements for those affordable housing developments. So next steps, which I already touched upon, is council will consider the housing element update, and we're anticipating June of 2023. And then the Housing Catalyst team would provide a work status report to the Community and Economic Development Committee in June of 2023 as well, sort of laying out post-approval of the council of the housing element of what our priority items would be for the coming year and two. And that concludes staff's presentation.
Thank you for the presentation, and we'll now go to public comments.
Okay, this is for item and 8.3. Blair?
Hi, Blair Beekman. Took the long walk down the stairs. Thanks a lot for this item. Thanks so much that you've connected this item with the previous item, and so we can all be thinking for ourselves. Thanks a lot for the previous public comments that I think really made clear that what we cannot be doing in this next year. I think we all have a lot of hopes for 2024 and 25, how we can really all be working together towards that sustainable future we just love. Really good stuff. And we're kind of in an in-between time between for this year and next year, it seems like. And 2023 doesn't sound very interesting, but it's the stuff that we talk about here at this time, you know, and wanting to develop these sort of items better, which looks like you're having a bit of trouble with. Good luck how we can do that. Like what I said earlier, I can't say enough how I feel that we put off mixed income ideas until 2029. We should really be talking about those things now. And the stuff we talk about now can really be ready for that magic year of 2024 that we're all waiting for. And so it's good preparation practices now. We need to be talking about these things and preparing. Governor Newsom has stated very clearly he's questioning our housing funding ideas at the local level at this time. What are we not doing? We have the skills and the will towards really good ideas, but yet we're not putting them together with like a lot of funding that's available right now. So thank you in what's going on at the county level to address the future of housing mothers and their children by 2025. I hope we can have those same good intentions here with this item. Thank you.
Paul Soto?
Yes, Paul Soto from the Horseshoe. One of the things I'd like to talk about is the abuse of opportunity zones, which has not been mentioned at all in the course of these conversations. Gary Dillabo and Eric Hayden and company have abused opportunity zones, which means they've been able to maximize their tax breaks already. And the reason for that is that they abused poverty. They exploited the poverty that existed in all of these underdeveloped areas of the city. Because what they did is they came in and they said, oh, well, we're going to build housing and that's going to ameliorate and amend all of these historical injustices that have occurred in these barrios. They're liars. And they are the perfect examples of what a sociopath does. Sociopathy within the context of county and city governments is the exploitation of poverty and then look back on it and say, oh, wow, man, we're sorry about that. Wow, there was absolutely no way that we could have anticipated that something like this would happen. What about the redlining and the generational impacts that we're looking at now? Okay, we are looking at the generational neglect in our contemporary context of the economic consequences that have happened over the past 80 years in the city. Yet the city, in all of these policies, does not have the ability, does not have the humanity, does not have even the most common of decencies to directly talk about and amend the historical injustices that these areas have experienced. One of the ways that you did it is by allowing these developers to exploit the opportunity zones in areas of the city where poverty had existed. You go ahead and you deal with that.
Catalyze SV?
Hi, this is Alex Shore, Executive Director of Catalyze SV. I don't know if there is any memo I have been more excited about in the times I've been working on housing issues in the San Jose than this one from Mayor Liccardo, Councilmember Carrasco, and Vice Mayor Jones. I don't know if there's any memo that sends a greater signal to our community that the time of kowtowing and capitulating to folks who don't want housing in our community is coming to an end. Catalyze SV members score project after project, month after month, many of which are affordable housing projects in San Jose. And I can't tell you how many times developers say directly to our members, community members who care deeply about affordable housing, I'm sorry, we heard a few folks who got angry at us. We're going to reduce the heights or the number of homes of this building, or we're going to increase the number of cars as opposed to transit passes or community benefits or homes. And to finally say, hey, with Measure E, if we are going to give taxpayer money to help build affordable housing, we will no longer compromise. We will no longer say that the citizens of this city money will go toward projects that don't maximize the benefit and achieve the moral and strategic goals of our cities. So we are so thankful. If you saw the op-ed from some Catalyze SV members in San Jose Spotlight today, you'll see the strong support we have for this memo and a bit more of our story in dealing with this issue and why it's so incredibly important. So thank you to council and to the housing department staff for supporting this sea change whose time has come. Thank you.
Back to the council.
Thank you, Councilmember Foley.
Great, thank you. Thank you for the presentation, and I really, well, may I ask a question first?
Yes.
We're discussing, I know the members of the public were discussing 8.2 and 8.3, and we are as well. When we vote, are we voting on them separately?
Yes, we'll vote on them separately.
Okay. So I'll address, my comments really relate to the 8.3 and not 8.2. And I first want to thank my colleagues for bringing forward this policy item, but I have some concerns. I agree that we should strive for consistency when it comes to meeting conforming with existing plans such as the general plan and the urban village plan. District 9 has seen an influx of affordable housing development proposals over the course of the last year. I'm a proponent of affordable housing. I've said so publicly many, many times. But the reality is that building high-density affordable housing has an effect on existing communities. For this reason, I make it a priority to work with developers to encourage community engagement and public participation so that the community's voice can be heard. And the developers do not need to meet with us because typically they are using 2 pieces of state legislation, maybe 3, SB 35 or AB 2162, which means the approval process is ministerial and the city council has no approval process or ability to approve one way or the other. So developers really meet with us and the community really out of the kindness of their hearts and to hear what the community has to say. This memo contends that all affordable housing developers that would like to reduce heights or density do so because of political pressure, but this is just not the case. I have an affordable housing project right now in my district, and the developer contacted me, not me contacting them, to reduce heights. His reasoning for reducing heights was, in part, he did listen to a community meeting and their concerns about the height. He had moved it to a staggered development instead of just a square box. Square box is overstating what it was really going to look like. But really the reason he was suggesting this is because of the time frame involved. When you reduce the number of units in affordable housing to 150, the development can be approved in 90 days versus 180 days. And time is money for these developers. So when he proposed, he came to me. The community was wondering, why is he coming to me? He releases to the community that this is what his consideration is. He goes to the city and the city tells him, no, we're not going to let you do that. The community has requested numerous times that the height be reduced on this project, and But that isn't how he responded. He responded because he was building a taller building than he's used to and reducing it to the height of the development that he is comfortable with and experienced with. So to me, a slight reduction in height is a win-win situation. We're still getting 150 units of affordable housing. I've also had conversations with affordable housing developers, not just the one who proposed to reduce the height, whose ultimate goal is to build high-capacity affordable housing, and they've got a project also coming into District 9 at some point. And they've voiced their concerns just yesterday regarding a policy of this nature due to the financing issues that they will face if this gets passed, and it may prevent them to going forward with the project at all. This choice of height and number of units should be left to the discretion of the developer so long as they are conforming to existing legislation. Due to SB 35 and AB 2162, as I've already said, our office is already limited its ability to advocate on behalf of the community when working this with the developers. And these developers, I have to say, are very willing to work with us. They want it to be a good fit for the community, and we need affordable housing. There is no question about that. No one should doubt my support of affordable housing. This policy essentially builds upon limitations by stating that developers that would like to reduce heights to reach a compromise that the neighbors can buy into are not allowed to do so. And again, the neighbors really don't have any authority, nor do I have any authority. It's just an ability to negotiate. Having communities embrace development rather than fight development is a positive, not a negative. I do not believe a heavy-handed policy which infringes on a developer's right to reduce or increase heights is the correct approach. And further, if we are openly engaging with our community and saying that we have a voice of some point, this really takes away our need to have a community meeting, because it really says we're powerless. We're not only powerless because of 2 pieces of state legislation, which actually I support because it does streamline the process, but it takes away our voice as a council office to work with a community and a developer to make it the best project possible, achieving all the goals of the developer, affordable housing, and the community. So for these reasons, I'm actually reluctant to vote yes on this proposal. I'll listen to my council colleagues before I make the final decision, and I'm not going to make a motion one way or the other, but I have a couple of questions. If this policy passes, how does it affect current affordable housing projects that are in the pipeline?
Is that okay?
Well,
That's
whoever,
a question right now.
yeah.
Okay, this is Rachel Vanderveen, Deputy Director of the Housing Department. So, okay, so what we need to do is we just have to think through how we implement this. So what would happen is this policy would be incorporated into our underwriting guidelines, and that's the document that we use in order to make decisions about what we're funding and how to prioritize that. So so we would definitely be looking. So I guess I would just say that this would apply to any future notice of funding availabilities that are released by the Housing Department.
Okay, so then why was my...
Just to clarify, so if something is already in our NOFA, so it has a current application, as Rachel said, I just want to be really clear. So they've already applied under our $100 million NOFA. Those would not be impacted by this policy because they came in through a different NOFA, and so those would not be impacted.
Yet that is what this developer has been told. This developer has we approved this NOFA funding for affirmed housing in the old Chuck E. Cheese site. We approved it. They then went and came back to planning department and said they were reducing the height from, I think, 7 to 5 or staggered or whatever it was, from 200 some units to 150 units. And they were told by housing, no, they cannot do that. Your funding has been rejected. That is what they were told us. So if that's the case, if these affects projects going forward, Why is this affecting a project already in the pipeline that we approve the NOFA funding?
I think that's a good question, and we definitely want to, I mean, today this policy is being made. So, I mean, so basically we also, it's not, we've been having discussions with them, and we want them to understand that that the city council is considering this policy. And so,
They have been told, no, they cannot reduce the height. This is the message they've given to us. I'm not having these conversations directly, my staff is, but this is what they're telling us, that you have told them, and I don't know who but someone in housing has told them, this affects your NOVA funding and you don't have your NOVA funding.
So
Maybe this is something we need to take offline, but this does affect a current project in the pipeline who wants to reduce their height, and they have been told no. So my question about, does this affect projects going forward? And you said, yes, thank you, but it's affecting a current project that NOFA funding was approved.
So let me just jump in and we should take this offline to make sure we have all the facts, but it could be that this developer applied and told the housing department, we're going to build X number of units, which is what we funded. And so now they're changing their application midstream. So that could be the reason why staff is giving a message of, you told us you were giving us 200 units, now you're giving us something different. But we should let us talk to the developer. We can talk to your office further about that. But we do have concerns when a development tells us that they're going to be producing a certain number of units and then changes that, because as you know, we have limited funds.
Well, and there's no question that if they reduce the number of units, the NOFA should be reduced too, but it shouldn't be denied completely. I'll just leave that because that's a real-time situation that is occurring right now. But I'd like to know, what does it mean to deprioritize, and why would you not consider to, if they're reducing the height, to proportionately reduce their funding instead of just saying, no, we're not going to fund? So what does it mean to deprioritize?
I'm going to just jump in and then Rachel can finish on my response here. And I'm Jackie Morales-Strand. I'm the director of the housing department. And so again, our biggest concern is, as you know, we have one opportunity to build a development, and we have we're in a housing crisis. I think we all acknowledge the RENA goals were 14,000 affordable homes. We are nowhere near meeting our current RENA goals, and we're about to get a whole new number of RENA goals, and we have yet to achieve what we need for our very lowest income households. And so as we begin to evaluate these sites, our biggest concern is that we have one opportunity. We don't have a lot of opportunities. And how can we ensure that we're getting the most, knowing that there are limitations with the funding as well? So we're trying to create a balance of, we have to maximize the density in a site in order to create the most opportunity, because we have such great need. And so if we can see that there are developments that are not maximizing the unit count, deprioritizing means that other developments that are ready to go, that have a sufficient amount of density, would have the opportunity to be funded first. And everything is competitive, so everything is getting backed up. There are limited state resources. And so we want to ensure that we're able to really leverage what we're attempting to build in every site possible. And Rachel, if you have anything else to add.
Yeah, I want to just reiterate Jackie's point that we have limited funding. We're oversubscribed in every time we bring our NOFAs out, and we need to maximize every dollar in every home that we can bring to our community.
I don't question that. I question when a developer says, I'm not going to be able to make the project go if I can't reduce the height, or if I can't build the height I want, if instead I'm told by the city that I have to build X height. that was told to us by yesterday by a developer. That's separate from the real life situation we have. That's a proposal that's coming in that we don't have yet. But when we had the conversation, they said financially that restriction will sink their project and they may not be able to do it. So then we're back to 0 affordable housing units at a site that really would benefit from having affordable housing units. So I guess I'm concerned about the all or nothing approach and that we can't have a compromise and simply reduce their NOFA funding based on the number of units instead of just holding their NOFA funding and saying, you have to build to this height regardless, and otherwise you don't get your NOFA funding. So I'll just leave that at that and listen to my other colleagues and see what they have to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. I just want to thank everyone for their hard work here. Rachel and Jackie and Jared and Nancy and Chris Burton and Michael Brio. The summary in this Exhibit A or Schedule A, whatever that is, Attachment A, I think really demonstrates this is involved just thousands and thousands of hours of staff work of policy after policy that we've tried to change to somehow or another eke a few more units, affordable units out of our housing supply, recognizing we're up against these just massive challenges of very high cost to build. And that has been our huge constraint. That was the specter, the cloud that was hanging over us when we just decided the last item. And obviously it's the same cloud that hangs over us as we think about how we get more affordable housing built. Increasing our maximum city subsidy to $325,000, frankly hurts. It means we build less units. It means our dollars stretch less far, fewer families get housed. And, we worked really hard to pass Measure E in 2020, and I think we've been incredibly successful in seeing the dollars that have come from that. And I hate to think, we're essentially going to get almost a third less unit or 2/3 less units in terms of the city subsidy because we simply have to pour in more money because the county's added dough from their measure, and we have to keep projects moving forward. So this is a really challenging situation. I think we've done everything we can. The memorandum that several of us signed, I want to thank Michael Lomio, who I think came up with a very good idea in that regard, and my colleagues for co-signing, as well as Mackenzie Mossing and Nathan Ho, formerly of my team, really for pushing this idea. And I think the idea is less about punishing developers. I appreciate the concerns that Councilmember Foley raises. I think perhaps I was hoping to ask a few questions about the subsidy per unit and how that changes at different levels of density. And perhaps Rachel or Jackie, if you could answer, or anyone else who feels informed about this. If someone goes from, if a developer moves from, say, 120 units down to 75 units per acre, is it reasonable to believe that we actually have to spend more money per unit typically in those projects?
All right, so I can jump in on this one, Rachel Vanderveen. It really actually has the most to do with the construction type of the development. So what happens is there is clearly a break between a podium stick-built structure that generally is going to go up to like 6 stories, maybe 7, and that's it. So as soon as you go to one more story beyond that and you have to switch construction type and you have to move to either a concrete or steel type 1 construction, that is when the cost per unit just goes right up. And so generally that's not going to be feasible unless the height of that building doesn't just go to 1 more story, but instead to like 12, because otherwise the cost per unit is going to be really different. So that I would just say it's about the construction type and trying to maximize how many units you can get within each construction type.
Rachel, let me try to rephrase it because type one
Okay.
construction is not what we've ever seen for
Right.
100% affordable development
Yeah.
in this city. Is that fair to say?
Mhm. So, okay, so
We
maybe
haven't seen
let's
any
just,
high-rise steel construction that's 100%
right.
affordable in the
Okay,
city.
so let me think
So
about
we
it
could
a
just
different.
focus on the projects that actually get built
Yeah.
that are 100% affordable. What we know is there's a fixed amount of land cost for that project, regardless of the density. And there's a fixed entitlement cost of all the funding that it takes to get a project through entitlement, right? And all the architects and the fees that you're paying the city and so forth. Those are largely fixed, although they may vary a little bit by unit. But for the most part, that's the same amount that you then divide on a different number of units, depending on the number, depending on the density of the project. Isn't that fair to say?
Yeah, so I understand your question better now. So let's just say in an example, it's the building's going to be 6 stories and it goes to 5.
Right.
Same construction type, same same essential project. There's just one less story, and then those units are no longer included. I think it is generally safe to say that would actually increase the cost per unit because you would just have less units to spread the essentially very similar cost structure against a different number of units.
Okay, so then if two developers had different projects, they were coming to you or Jackie and saying, hey, I need $300,000 subsidy per unit. And this other developer says, I need $250,000 subsidy per unit. I assume the $250,000 per unit project would be much more competitive and much more desired by the city. Is that fair?
Yes.
Let me just jump in because there's one other factor in affordable housing that just makes it more complex. So you're right on the physical structure side that we can see some potential cost efficiencies, but the other piece is the level of affordability. And
Right.
so the level of affordability also impacts how much of a subsidy we're going to put in. Council has directed us to have 45% of our money going towards 30% units where we have the greatest needs. And in order to meet that level of reduction in rents, right? That's a real reduction of rents over time. The subsidy actually is higher because of that. So it's not quite as simple as you're framing it. But if everything were equal, it was the exact same affordability, your assumption would be completely correct.
Jackie, I guess that's those words that you said, everything being equal, are the really important words, it seems to me, right? Economists say ceteris paribus. You hold all the other factors constant because we know these are very complex projects, right? And we focus on the one variable that changes. In this case, density or number of units. And I guess what I'm just trying to get at is a very basic question, which is, are there economies of scale, right? If you have more units on the same parcel of land, does that enable us to spend less money per unit, typically?
And I would say potentially yes. And I think to me also, again, that critical question of we had 14,000 units that we were supposed to build in order to meet our low income current need. And we built 2,300 to date. I
Right.
feel like if we have any hope of trying to meet our goals, our affordability goals, when developers come in and they make a commitment to us that they can achieve those goals, we didn't ask them even in the original NOFA to propose something that met all of the density. But when we see projects coming in and saying to the housing department, we can meet this density at this cost and then come back to try to change that level of density, I believe the whole community loses when we do that because, again, the need is so great. So, yes, there is an individual cost, and then there is a cost to the entire program and our ability to achieve results and to create the type of housing we need.
Okay, so that's the rationale of the memo. It's there are projects that are going to be more competitive that will demand a lower subsidy because they're willing to build more units, and that's a good thing if we've got an affordable housing crisis, which we obviously do. And so I appreciate that means in some cases developers who decide to change their plans are going to become less competitive vis-a-vis other projects. And it doesn't mean that affordable housing doesn't get built. It just means it gets built somewhere else where money can be more efficiently used and we get more units. And I think that's an appropriate outcome. I think we want every developer to try to make their project as competitive as possible to accomplish our community's goals, and that is to get affordable housing built. So I appreciate the concerns that have been raised, but I fundamentally think we are facing a very steep hill right now, made much steeper by the fact that we have no county money to match what the city's investing in these projects. Now, moving this move from $125,000 maximum to 300,000 plus maximum, 350, whatever the number is now, that is a very big deal in terms of our ability to get affordable housing built. And I think we just have to be much more focused on tightening our belt. So I'd be happy to make a motion at this time to include the memorandum and staff's recommendation accepting the report.
Mayor, before we entertain a second, so we're having a separate vote on 8.2 and 8.3. So your motion is on 8.3.
That's fine. I can wait.
Okay, so I'll entertain a motion for 8.2.
Move approval.
Second.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded. I don't see other hands raised or requests to speak. So Tony?
Jimenez,
Yes.
Perales, Cohen, Carrasco,
Aye.
Davis,
Yes.
Esparza, Arenas, Foley,
Aye.
Mahan,
Aye.
Jones,
Aye.
Liccardo,
Aye.
Perales,
Yes.
trying Esparza, and Arenas.
Arenas is yes.
Thank you. Motion passes.
Thank you. So now I'll entertain a motion for 8.3.
So moved.
All right, it's been moved and seconded. Tony?
Jimenez,
Yes.
Perales,
Yes.
Cohen, Carrasco,
Aye.
Davis,
Yes.
Esparza, Arenas,
Yes.
Foley,
No.
Mahan,
Aye.
Jones,
Aye.
Liccardo.
Aye.
Thank you.
Motion passes. On to item 8.4, City Initiatives Roadmap, North San Jose Housing Strategy and Proposed Land Use Framework. And we have a presentation on this item.
Good afternoon, Michael Brio again, Deputy Director with Planning, Building, and Code Enforcement. I'm joined by Rachel Vanderveen, Deputy Director in Housing. So what we're going to talk to you this afternoon is about the status of our proposed housing framework for achieving our housing goals in North San Jose. So just a reminder that last May, the council effectively retired the North San Jose area development policy for new development going forward in that area. As part of that approval, council gave staff direction that we should develop recommendations to assure that 20% of the units built in North San Jose going forward are affordable. And we also got direction to evaluate increasing the minimum density in the transit employment residential overlay, otherwise known as the TARO, to a minimum of 100 dwelling units to the acre. The council did go with staff's recommendation and went with a minimum of 75, but wanted us to explore the feasibility of raising it to 100 dwelling units to the acre. We were also given direction to explore incentives to build beyond the minimum density requirements. So I just want to note that we're going to talk about sort of three main areas here, three sort of strategy areas to get to achieving our housing goals in North San Jose. All of them are included in the proposed draft housing element, and many of them will end up being work program items that we would do with following approval of the housing element by council. So the first batch falls, which we'll talk about it in more length tonight or today, is creating affordable housing overlay zones in North San Jose. So the land use policy approach. Then the other sort of batch falls under developing affordable housing tools specific to North San Jose. And then the final batch of actions going in the housing element is a statement that the city will prioritize and direct affordable housing investments in North San Jose. We'll focus our dollars up there. So really quickly, the first, as part of the policy land use framework that we're proposing at this time, is to create an affordable housing overlay. This would be applied to 10 sites. It would restrict those sites to, well, let me just say this. The underlying land use designation of industrial park, which allows office industrial R&D, those uses would still be supported under that land use designation, but it would give the additional option for a property owner or developer to build affordable housing only, not market rate. And so there are 10 sites that fall under this category. 2 are owned by the city. I should mention that these tend to be the sites that are smaller. What we've heard from affordable housing developers is that they prefer sites that are 1.5 acres less and definitely not more than 2 acres. So these are the sites that are 2 acres or less. The other proposed general plan and zoning code amendment that we would bring forward next spring is to create a mixed income housing overlay. And this overlay is applied to those larger sites that are greater than 2 acres. Many of them are 6, 7, 8, 10, 15 or more acres. They're very, very large. And what this overlay says is you can build market rate housing, but 75% of the total unit count needs to be a deed restricted affordable housing. And many of these sites are located in what was the former core of North San Jose, located along light rail. And there are some additional ones farther up north. And I should note that because these properties are much larger and the properties in general in North San Jose are very large, they create a real challenge for affordable housing developers to build housing on such large sites. So that's really why we're going with the mixed income approach. You could get some affordability while allowing market rate housing to move forward on these larger sites. The Taro adjustments, Taros already exist in the general plan. They are sites that allow the underlying industrial park uses, but also provide an opportunity for market rate or affordable housing. They are proposed to remain. We are making some adjustments or proposing to make some adjustments. One is to remove 9 sites. That one batch of sites are, I don't have a pointer, but they are the sites, the former Cisco office buildings along the light rail adjacent to Guadalupe River. The other 2 sites are on the right. One of them is on the right side and one of them is in the north. They're smaller. They're either planned or existing city park sites. And then the site in the center on Montague and Guadalupe River is the SK Heinrich site, which they're planning to expand their campus and build on that site. We're also proposing to add 1 site, and this is 1601 Technology Drive, which is the vacant piece of property just south of the Skyport Kaiser facility. I just wanted to show you a map of all of the total housing sites that would be existing, plus the proposed new sites that we'd bring to council next spring. So you kind of can see all of them together. That gives you sort of the universe of potential housing sites. This does not include sites that are already built with housing. This is just would be new sites that could provide new opportunities for housing.
All right. And Rachel Vanderveen, Deputy Director of the Housing Department. What we wanted to do is look at multiple planning land use solutions in order to meet the goals that we have for North San Jose. In addition to that, we do have a few a few additional strategies that we want to think about in order to just make sure that this affordable housing that we're really looking for in this area happens. And so one of the things we're going to be doing is to create an affordable housing implementation plan, which is actually going to consider all of these strategies, identify any other strategies we can think of, which would include creating priorities for funding in North San Jose, prioritizing land acquisition, and as we just did in our last motion, as you all did, increase subsidy in order to make projects more feasible up in this area. So these are all different ideas that would be incorporated into that plan. And so that is one way that we will follow up on this action and just continue to make sure all of this comes together to meet the goals we have.
Oops. How do I go back? No, there's one more slide. Oh, there we go. So I just want to make a couple notes on this slide. One is we're actually proposing to reduce the overall capacity of North San Jose from 32,000 housing units to 29,000 housing units. And the reason for this is that we're running out of capacity in our general plan for housing. Unfortunately, it's not because we're building all this housing, it's because we have so many growth areas in the general plan in the city of San Jose, and we moved a significant number of units into downtown and into downtown west to accommodate anticipated housing development there. So we need to move some units into some higher resource urban villages so that they have capacity to allow for housing in the future. The other sort of takeaway on this slide is that just based on this land use strategy of creating overlays and modifying the TAROs, if we were successful in building all of those sites, that would achieve almost entirely our 5,800 unit goal in North San Jose, which is 20% of 29,000 units. I, of course, will note that all of these sites will not develop for market rate and affordable housing, which is why it's really important to have the other strategies that Rachel was talking about, developing those strategies. And we need them also just to ensure that the sites that do get built move forward. So the other thing, just coming back to another council direction, was to explore establishing higher densities in North San Jose. Again, what the council approved in May was a minimum of 75 dwelling units to acre, and asked us to explore going to 100 dwelling units to acre. I think council recalls the cost of development study that was presented a couple weeks ago, and that study has concluded that neither mid-rise or high-rise scenarios are currently feasible. As part of the housing element process to identify sites, we were looking at comparables in the area and found that there were very few projects that were built at 100 dwelling units to acre or greater in recent years. So we are recommending maintaining the minimum density of 75 dwelling units to acre. We feel that if we were to go to up to 100, raising the minimum density to 100, that could put a damper on housing development in North San Jose, at least in the short run. And this is one of these sort of balance things that council is going to need to consider in terms of, the desire for higher density housing versus when do we get the housing should we get the housing going forward sooner rather than later? So I would say that if council does want to consider this, we would recommend raising the minimum density on properties that are directly adjacent to the light rail, sort of land banking those until there's a market for higher density to support light rail. Another approach which we would recommend is to keep it 75, but revisit this issue on an annual basis as part of cost of development. As part of that analysis that will be done annually with the council, we can assess whether the market conditions are changing and it makes sense to actually increase the density in portions or all of North San Jose. I should also add that in reviewing cost of development and looking at the situation in North San Jose, we did not identify incentives to increase for developers to increase densities beyond the minimum. What's actually happening is developers, this is the case of Summerhill, that has a proposal that they filed for a property on Bay Point in North San Jose, where they're proposing to build greater density than 75 dwelling units to acre, but also build townhomes because they're so profitable. It in effect sort of subsidizes the higher density that they would build on the site. Next steps in the process is that we would bring forward general plan and zoning code amendments for council consideration in the spring of 2023, concurrently with council consideration of the housing element. And then many of the strategies that Rachel talked about, the additional policy tools, would go in the housing element work program, and we would work on implementing those and developing those subsequently after the council approves the housing element. And that concludes staff's presentation.
Thank you for that presentation, and we will now go to public comments.
Blair?
Hello, Blair Beekman. Thanks for your patience. I think I'll move down to the lower levels for the rest of the meeting. Thanks a lot for this item. A lot. Really interesting. Words I've never heard before. Thank you. You talked about mixed income ideas and mixed income in North San Jose. That's kind of interesting. Good luck how to be considering this issue. Of course, to me, extremely low and very low income is important in the future formulas of this process. And in the downtown area as well, as mentioned a few times, the importance of what that can be like. And I think it's mixed income ideas that offer a certain philosophy of how to view this situation at this time in our lives that I think is interesting to ourselves, can be interesting. So thank you for that. A reminder, a sad reminder, that we do have sea level rise issues in North San Jose. And it's hard for us to speak about it openly sometimes because we want good development and not put fear into people. But I hope there can be ways that we can talk about it as part of the process that we're all going through with climate change and how to understand our lives and our future planning, and to learn how to make that an open conversation for ourselves. Good luck how you can do that for the future of the North San Jose area and the sea level rise issues that will be a part of this planning. Other than that, I'm impressed with how you talked about this issue. Thank you.
Paul Soto?
Yes, Paul Soto from the Horseshoe. What I'd like to talk about is the reasons why we have this housing element. It's a very diluted and watered down attempt by the state to address redlining. That's the reason why we have it. And I'd like that talked about openly. The reason why it's not talked about openly is because these meetings are recorded and so is the minute orders. Okay, and so the future is going to look back at this point in time, because in the next 10 years, the kind of poverty that's going to be created and the acceleration of deaths on the street and the poverty-related deaths that is going to happen, and this complete exodus of a particular class of people from San Jose to all other parts of the state and other parts of the United States is going to occur, because it needs to accommodate this 400,000 people that are going to, that the city already planned, but nobody knows it. But the city already planned that is going to come here, but they won't state it openly. Okay, so this is what this housing element is required to do. Not only that, you have 5 deaths that occurred on the streets last December due to exposure. On their death certificate, it stated exposure. 5 citizens of our community, of the city of San Jose. I don't see you doing anything that is directly related to those particular issues. And yet all of you have accepted accountability for those deaths. So until we get to a point to where it is the actual people that we tell you what to do, because you represent us. We're telling you, look at the citizens of my community. And I think that is a beautiful sight that I see. My citizens in the community are exercising their constitutional right to come to this meeting and say, you know what, we run this city, not you. You do as we say, not the.
Matthew?
Yes, good evening, Mayor, Council staff, Matthew Reed, Director of Policy at Silicon Valley at Home. Pleased to be here to support staff's presentation recommendation. The work is ongoing. Silicon Valley at Home has really focused on North San Jose as it was central to the original housing crisis work plan, as a place where we really need to be bold and intentional about adopting policies that centered equity and inclusion in the redevelopment of newer parts of the city. Committing to a San Jose that's affordable to its residents and ideally integrated racially and socioeconomically. North San Jose has been a difficult topic for a number of years. There's been real uncertainty about the status. Not all of that has been resolved, but there's also been uncertainty about the city's commitment. And I think what you've seen since May and in the run up to May is really important policy work being done by staff that leans into that challenge of meeting that commitment and going forward. It shows that good planning allows for us to really be committed to integrated communities. It also allows housing and jobs development to harmoniously coexist in places where there's been tension about their competition. So we feel like this is a real step forward, and in some ways, it's a culmination of the energy that went into the housing crisis work plan to think more broadly and more creatively about how to address the challenges that we face. Finally, it's not going to be simple. The coordination between housing department and planning department is going to be essential, and your ongoing commitment to this is going to be critical to the future.
Back to the council.
Thank you. And Councilmember Cohen.
Yes, thank you, Vice Mayor. And I want to just thank the team that's been working on this for the detailed work on building out this housing element in North San Jose. I'm excited about the sites that have been identified. I think there's a lot of potential. I'm looking forward very soon to unlocking that potential and beginning the projects. I know there's some already in the pipeline that we're going to get moving on, and others I expect to come. And I also think that San Jose will become a center for affordable housing. There's affordable housing projects in the pipeline, and I think we'll exceed our 20% goal in North San Jose affordable housing. So I'm excited about that. I just want to ask one question. Michael, you were talking about the density question, 75 to 100. When we come back in the future to revisit this question, can we potentially include an analysis of whether we might be able to incentivize higher density through some of our the levers that we have control over, so that we can keep it at 75, but provide some incentive for developers to go higher?
Yeah, I mean, we can definitely include that as part of that annual cost of development. You know, as we look at the market feasibility of different housing product types, we can, consider what incentives the city might be able to develop or apply that could incent higher densities. Yes.
Okay, great. I just would like to see that. I think that we have a lot of potential, and if we can help meet it, that would be great. So I'll move adoption of the staff report.
Second.
All right, was moved and seconded. I don't see any other hands raised or requests to speak. So Tony?
Jimenez,
Yes.
Morales,
Yes.
Cohen,
Aye.
Carrasco,
Aye.
Davis,
Yes.
Esparza, Arenas,
Yes.
Foley,
Aye.
Mahan,
Aye.
Jones,
Aye.
Liccardo.
Aye.
Thank you.
All right, it is 5:54, so I think what I'm going to do is have us break for dinner for half an hour and then come back and do the
Just kidding.
He was looking for us.
I am just joking. All right. So we're on to the land use consent calendar, item 10.1, conforming rezoning for certain real estate property located at 179 DeSalvo Avenue. And I don't know if there's all in.
Move
First we'll
approval.
go-
Second.
It's been moved to second. We want to go to public comments.
Paul Soto?
Are you serious, Paul Soto from the Horseshoe? You're going to put a land use issue on consent? You know what? We're never going to get to a point where this city is going to understand that its accountability and responsibility to amend the racial injustice that has happened with respect to the land since 1846. I already know that you moved back the date from December to somewhere in April of the removal of the Fallon statue. And that had everything to do with land use, absolutely everything to do, because it was the decapitations of Native Americans that allowed this city to acquire the land. So what this means is this, is that all the policies that you pass with respect to the land are illegitimate because you cannot profit from contract murder. It is impossible, it is unethical, immoral, and illegal to create a law that profits from the decapitations of human beings, period. And you have societies now today, the Sons of the Golden West.
Paul, can you?
This has everything to do, it says land use, correct? This is land
It's
use.
a specific land use item.
Yeah, no, it has to do with land in San Jose. Am I incorrect in assuming that?
Specifically about the
Am I
179 DeSalvo
incorrect in
Avenue.
assuming that? Am I incorrect in assuming that this has to do with land in?
Back to the council.
All right, back to council. I'll entertain a motion.
We
Actually,
have a
we did
motion.
have a motion in a second. So, Tony?
I was muted. Jimenez? Perales?
Yes.
Jimenez?
Yes.
Cohen? Cohen? Frosco?
Aye.
Davis?
Yes.
Esparza? Arenas?
Yes.
Foley?
Aye.
Mahan?
Aye.
Jones?
Aye.
Ricardo?
Aye.
Going back to Cohen? Thank you.
All right, on to open forum.
Okay, I'm going to call 3 names at a time. When you hear your name, please come down, the first person to the microphone, just start speaking, and then the other people line up in the center behind that person. I have Sandra, Robert, and let's see, wait. Sandra, no last name, Robert Mickinen, and Mary Lou Hughes. Come on down. Yeah, go.
God bless and thank you. We want to make certain the permanent protection of Penitentia Creek Reach 2 is not contingent upon identifying an alternative site. Penitentia Creek Reach 2 should be off limits, period. And our Berryessa neighborhood, the hardworking, dedicated parents, precious children, collection of people young to old who had your 8-2 stealth bomb of a vote dropped on them in June, they absolutely should not have to wait until you evaluate every park in the city of San Jose before you legally declare Penitentia Creek Reach 2 the protected open space park it in fact already is. You stole our summer and now our fall with the amount of time, effort, work, money, resources it is taking all of us to halt your negligent decision. The solution is easy. We urge you to address this issue immediately, which will allow us to return to our families and lives and allow you to tackle much harder, larger problems.
Thank you. Next speaker. Also, Jasmine, come on down.
Robert Mickinen. 5 months ago, the City Council voted 8-2 to build tiny homes on the Noble site. The city's official name for the site is Penitentia Creek Reach 2 Park. The vote was taken without the City Council being presented with all the facts. The City Council may have been misled of all the facts. The City Council has now been presented with all the facts and documentation that the Noble site is a park. The City Council has had the opportunity and time to review all this information. So, City Council, now that you know, the site was dedicated as a park. The community used the site as a park. The city invested money on the site to be used as a park. Indigenous and migratory wildlife are present at the park. School children conduct science research at the park. An elementary school, daycare, and library are across the street from the park. Another elementary school is on the back side of the park. A middle school is down the street from the park. Now that you have done your due diligence in reviewing all the facts and seen the site for yourselves, you know the site is a park and it is not appropriate site to build any tiny homes. Please vote no on November 29th in building on our park. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, also Ty Greaves, come on down, and Sarah. Go ahead.
My name is Mary Lou Hughes, and I oppose building tiny homes at the Perk Ponds, which is the generic name for it. As Robert just said, it is very, very close to numerous schools, after-school daycare. Not only should you not build tiny homes at this particular site, you should not build them anywhere that are close to schools and children and in parks. We need to protect our children, and we need to put them above everything else. Please vote no on this. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
It has been honorable city members and the city manager and attorney. I just want to urge you guys, please vote no on Noble Tiny Home site because it's really close to school, as you know already. It has been 5 months. You guys steal our time to play the game. I don't know what's the game behind on the scene. Don't laugh. The politician is ugly. I just encourage you guys to vote no on Noble side. What side build on a tiny home? You guys should hold accountable what will happen. Election is over, but the next election, another 2 years and 4 years, you will know what the result. You leave the nightmare for us, you guys will nightmare for the election. You will see. Thank you.
Thank you. Ty Greaves, Yumi Hunt, and Tom Wilson, please come on down.
Hi, Mayor, City Council. As you can see, I'm here for the No on Noble today. First of all, I want to talk to our council member, Matt Mahan. We are keep tracking your election record, and we are seeing you are more and more ahead of the other competitor. Congratulations. We are here today, and we voted for you. As for me, the first year as an immigrant, I voted you because we remember you voted no for this decision.
Excuse me, I'm sorry. Can you address your comments to a city-related matter?
What do you mean?
You don't address individual council members. Go ahead and speak to your topic.
Yeah. So we are here because we support Mayor Matt Mahan because he voted no, which is with very common sense. He has common sense. So our council member, your decision, we remember it. So actually, in San Jose, we are the very common people in San Jose. So you can easily tell what you should do in the future for this kind of world. But I think you guys are making more and more correct decisions. As you can see, we came here many times. This is our 6th time coming here, as I remember, and we waited for 3 hours today. So the first suggestion for our new mayor is please make this open forum time more friendly to the working class and make it at a fixed time so that we can actually attend instead of wasting a lot of our time. So we also have work and our family to support. Another thing is you guys trying to place a tiny home site next to our community, next to our schools, next to our library, which is unacceptable. So I really hope you guys can make the correct decision. If you make the correct decision, we can also remember it. But if you keep missing this simple fact, then we also will remember it. It's that simple. Hopefully you can.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hello, I'm Yumi Hunt. I live in the Noble area for the last 12 years, and I have 2 children who goes to Noble Elementary School, which is next to the tiny home project Noble site. So when my kids are small, we used to take them to the novel site to watch birds, being wildlife over the bridge. It was our family time. Now they are almost 10, and the park is where they play with their friends after school. No matter what the city criteria is, the novel site is our park. I'm asking the city council to approve the site as a park so that our future generation also can enjoy its nature. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker. Also, please come down Blair Beekman, Yi Linu, and Elva. Go ahead.
Hello. Though not a promised land in the biblical sense, Penitentiary Creek Reach 2 Park was promised to the people of San Jose when it was planned, signed, and dedicated as a park decades ago. Numerous historical documents and agreements between the Water District, County, and City back this up. These documents were compiled and provided to you by the Not Unknowable legal team. If read, you will come to the same conclusion as us. Penitentiary Creek Reach 2 Park is to be preserved and maintained as a park for recreational use by the community and reserved as protected habitat for wildlife. I ask you to do what's honorable, keep the promise of Reach 2 Park by voting on November 29th to protect it in perpetuity. This single action will restore the trust in city government that was lost by my neighbors and me once you began targeting the park for development. The community supports the intentions of the city to build homeless housing. The vast majority of us wish to see all residents housed, as evidenced by our passage of Measure A in 2016. So it's insulting to be labeled as NIMBYs and characterized as victrolic when we're not NIMBYs, we're NIMPs, as in not in my park. We'll wear that label proudly, as Measure A was not a vote to build housing in city parks. Penitentiary Creek Reach 2 doesn't have pretty grass, picnic tables, and playground equipment, not because the city didn't get around to developing it, but because the decision was made by the governing bodies to preserve our park in a more natural state for wildlife habitat. So the city cannot now say because the park has not been developed, it's not a park, and thus fit for housing. You must vote to preserve Reach 2 and find other more suitable non-park land for this purpose. Reach 2 forever. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Mr. Mayor, the councilman and councilwoman, I'm here to remind you and urge you to remove the logo from the homeless site. And I think you guys knows the logo site is so close to school and the library is kind of education center. And you know what is the best way to solve homeless issue? Is education. I see some like D3 councilman, he have a young kid. He mentioned in one speech. So you know how to prevent his young kid from being homeless in the future. Education, first thing. Second thing, keep the child away from the drug. Second thing. So I urge the councilman and the mayor to consider about the importance of education. Don't put any tiny home close to school and the library. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good evening. My name is Elva Camacho Wilson, and I voted for Measure A to get homeless off of our streets. I did not vote to give you my tax dollars to put homeless in my neighborhood park. Reach 2 is not an appropriate site. The actions of the staff under the housing director that made the recommendation is mind-boggling. The leadership of that department reflects on each and every one of you. At best, callousness, thoughtlessness, at worst, incompetence. I worked for county government for 35 years. I know what service to the public should look like. This is a disservice to the public, putting homeless in our parks. The inaction of the city, which has allowed the proliferation of the largest encampments, homeless encampments in the Bay Area, in our parks, is also a disservice to the public. The homeless in the Bay Area have learned, pitch a tent, get a tiny house, get a tiny home, prefab, semantics, whatever you want to call it, in a lakeside property nestled in the foothills, which is where our park is. Do you know the way to San Jose is the message you are sending to all of the homeless in the Bay Area. Come here. Please vote no on the 29th. Do the right thing.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hi, Boy Beekman here. Thanks for the meeting today. Some interesting things, some things I think you could have talked about more. I wish you did that you didn't. Hopefully that can be open more in the future. Thanks to the words of Alex Shore on item 8.2 to quickly offer that I think he offered a good guidance how to consider the future of 8.2 and affordable housing issue. With that said, the open democratic process to myself is pretty important to understand and better understand each day of my life. And I think all of our lives, for me, 9/11 was obviously quite an event in our lives that I think was pretty earth-shaking, what we went through. And ever since then, I've been really committed to, well, not ever since then, since the surveillance and technology ordinance work in 2014 started to arrive, that's when I started to think there's hope for our future. We can talk about open democracy and a full community process again. I hope my words won't be uncomfortable here. I mean, I think I don't want to make the group here uncomfortable. They're doing some interesting work for the open democratic process. What I'm learning with my technology issues, I don't want a ton of 5G tech and surveillance tech placed in local neighborhoods, but there's bridging the digital divide issues that really need to be respected. To me, it's learning how to plan and learning to work as a full community together where 5G can be placed and where neighborhoods won't maybe need the tech there. And we need to learn to better be open about that and compromise that instead of bulldozing through with a ton of new tech that I really question. Hopefully this sort of item can go through the same process. What may not be good for one community, I hope you can work together to plan what can be a good place in another part of the community. Thank you.
Paul Soto.
Yes, Paul Soto from the Horseshoe. I applaud my fellow citizens for coming out and exercising their constitutional right to challenge their government. I would like to inform you, though, in 1970, there was a park called, it's now called Chicano Park. It was in San Diego, and the city wanted to create a California Highway Patrol substation there. And as a response to that, of what the city wanted to do, they just went ahead and stuck their picks and shovels into the ground and declared the park their own. And they have that absolute right to. They're citizens of a community. They pay their taxes in that community, and those taxes are used in order to maintain space so that people can enjoy their lives. And so I would advise people to research Chicano Park and the process by which citizens of that community laid claim to land that was rightfully theirs. I would also like to point out that in the 1850s, Anglo settlers of California murdered 8 Berryessa men, and some Berryessas chose to leave California to save their lives. Antonio Berryessa once said that his Californio family was the one, and I quote, was one which most justly complained of the bad faith of the adventurers and the squatterers and the treachery of American lawyers, end quote. So that land has never been amended of its historical injustices that created that land. That land grant, in order to establish Penitencia Creek in the Berryessa area, was at the expense and the murder of these 8 Berryessa men. So that is the context in which we're talking about that land right now. And so I would challenge this council to take this into account and to listen to the people and the citizens that occupy that land. Because one time, 8 men were murdered. How many more families need to be discomforted and dislocated because of what it is that the government wants to do? Thank you.
Back to the council.
All right, that's it. This meeting is adjourned.